Hello, hello. How's everybody doing tonight? It is 11 p.m. here in Arizona, and it's 92 degrees outside. Boy, it was a hot day today. My gosh. How's everybody doing? If you're watching this later, this is the Susie B channel. Push that like button, I'd appreciate it. And this is the coffee lounge. Let's get some music going. Okay, let's start off with the coffee lounge song. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Let's see, I'm not hearing that music.
Walked into a coffee shop, it's waiting for me.
Okay, that probably blasted everybody's ear. Nobody's here anyway, so sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I can hear the music now. Welcome to the Susie B channel. It is 11:04 p.m. here in Arizona. It's Saturday. Hopefully everybody's having a great weekend. It's 92 degrees out right now. I'm having me some mango juice. How's everybody doing? I see one person in there. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. I'm just going to go over some lore. In my research recently, in my last live, I was talking about petroglyphs and things like that I was very interested in, and the symbolism, the meaning behind a few of them. I haven't got my hands on any more, but what I have been able to study is probably in the ballpark of, I would say, let's see, there's 15, there's 30, there's 35. 55, 65, 67, 87, 93. So about 113, 15, 115, 124, 115. So it's 115, and my math is horrible. So I would say 115, 20, 27, 29, about 130, 40, 42, 142, 54, 64. So around the ballpark of maybe about 200, 220 some petroglyphs and their meanings. So about 200 of them actually. And while I was researching these petroglyphs, I came across a recommendation of a book to search out and to actually research, and it's about the lore here in Arizona, which are actually a lot of the entries in this book were made by actual researching and hands-on researching and interviewing and they're like archaeology information in here. So real historical facts. This isn't stuff that's made up or hearsay or stuff that people think that they know or that they heard while they were at a party and everybody, just kind of it's sexual based on historical facts. So I wouldn't share it otherwise if I didn't think it was not not factual. But this is a book that I found, and basically it's the lore of Arizona and specifically this area where I'm at. I'm right dab in the middle of this, the history of this book. And so I just kind of wanted to read it a little bit. So if you don't feel like listening to some reading, then this live isn't for you. Go find something else that's more entertaining, like car racing or whatever else it is you want to think you're into or whatever. But this is basically going to be about petroglyphs and dwellings that were here in the past. So anyways, first I wanted to cover a little bit of the news, what's going on here in my neighborhood. And I know I had seen something interesting recently in regards to the neighbors here. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Okay, so I'm just going to share this here with you. It says this was a neighbor caught on his Ring camera, and actually I didn't know that this was going on. I don't know if this happens in your neighborhood, but let me just click in here. So this is some footage caught on a Ring camera, and this is an actual person that was, this was like 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning that they were describing that this was happening. So it's basically like a city truck that was going through the neighborhood. And it appears that there's some fluid being sprayed out of the bed of the truck. So, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. Maybe I know that, when construction is going on in a new neighborhood, before the pavement is laid out, they do walk around and, hey, Willie, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. They do send the truck through and they spray the dirt down to keep the dust out. They'll spray the dust down, especially if there's houses that are habitable or residents living in the neighborhood, but it's a dirt road. You'll see the city come through and spray water down to keep the dirt. But this is a fully established neighborhood with pavement. So that whole idea is out of the picture, right? So then I went down to the comments, and it said that they're actually spraying for mosquitoes. That this is the norm. Hey E, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. Let's go. Happy weekend to you too, E. So yeah, this was seen on a Ring camera, and they were like, "What's going on here? What is this? What's going on?" And you could see in the bed of the truck that there's an aerosol being released, or it looks like a water, some kind of a liquid being expelled out of the bed of this truck. And it is the city. It is like it's a work truck, definitely. It's not, doesn't have city markings that I can tell by the time of the video. It's very, very brief. But it does indeed show that there is some kind of aerosol coming out of the back. But the neighbors seem to know what it is, and they said this is normal. And of course, it's 50-50. People say, well, that stuff gets sprayed. It stays in the air and it gets in our garden and then our poor animals. And I don't know. Well, I've never heard of this, but they are spraying for mosquitoes. This is here in Arizona. Has anybody experienced anything like this? I've never heard this my whole life. In the other states that I've lived in, I have not ever seen this. And I believe me, I'm always up at all hours of the night, day, um, and I have never witnessed any the city offering this service. So what they're doing is in the comments here, it says looks like mosquito spraying right here, and then the second comment is indeed the same mosquito spray. Um, Very common this time of year. Mosquitoes are everywhere, and we do have the thing that kind of makes sense here in Arizona is that we do have canals running through the city, big ones. So I've seen canals running east and west, and actually I haven't seen any running north and south. Mainly east and west, going north from south to north. You'll see them. You'll see several big wide canals that are that kind of have like walkways along them, so you can actually walk along the canals. They're very high, they're very deep, and usually they're fenced off uh, for the most part, where you can't go in. I've seen men standing on the street side on the bridge, crossing over the canal with the fishing pole, with the line right in the water. So there may be fish in there. Uh, so I'm not too sure. So I don't know. This is like new to me. When I used to live in Idaho, we had the Snake River running through the city, and we were able to just jump right in. There was a river bank, right? The river was probably anywhere between 18 to 30 feet wide in some spots, and plenty of room to have the embankment that slopes into the water. So it's just not a straight drop off. But anyways, yeah. So I guess I don't know if anybody else is this is happening in your neighborhood, but they're definitely spraying, and this is at 3 a.m. So I kind of understand why. Hey Henry, how you doing? Hey Woody, how you doing, Woody? They're spraying at 3 a.m. in the morning for mosquitoes down the neighborhoods. So I was kind of curious, like what is that? And so yeah, the everybody seems to think that they feel comfortable saying that this is them spraying, the city spraying, or whoever it is. It's probably the company that works for the city that's doing it, because I don't think the city has their own mosquito truck. I think they may have hired somebody that works for them, probably tandem. It works tandem with the city, in tandem. But anyways, good to see you, Henry. Welcome in. Good to see you too, Woody. How you guys doing? Happy weekend to you guys. I saw your stew. That was really good. Looked really, really good. I enjoyed watching that. So yeah, I noticed this. It was interesting to me, and someone says, "I can't believe you would post this. What do you think is going on?" Really? I don't know. That's why I'm freaking making the post, lady. Uh, People are just drama, really. Um, they must think everybody is psychic and then knows what they have in their mind, right? So when people turn into a Karen like that, it's because they assume everybody else knows that they know what's going on in the specific person's head. And usually those people think that they know everything. Those are the Karens. What do they call the main Karens? I was watching a video recently that they were called Kevins. Or is it the Kevins or something like that? You're welcome, Woody. I really like that. Simple, easy to follow, quick recipe. I like it. Yeah, they've been spraying for a while now. I heard of it in Florida. Leave no water in plastic mud puddles, dry them up. Leave no water in plastic Mud puddles dry. Um, yeah, I would understand why Florida would do that, but I didn't know that that was at the expense of the city. I thought that would be at the expense of the homeowner, right? To deal with pests, because like I have ants, but the city doesn't come and take care of that for me. Because I was standing in a pile today while I was trimming the lawn, the back lawn, and they got me. They got me good, like at least three or four of them. And I looked down, and sure enough, there was a fresh mound of clay, dirt, tiny, tiny, minuscule little pebbles pushed up from the earth, and out came the ants. And I happened to just disturb the area, and I didn't even see it. Honestly, they have never done that in our lawn. So recently, we covered an area in our backyard with astroturf, and there was some in a planter that was there, but the bottom that it was a basically a planter bed that was covered in mulch and soil. But we covered that with sand and then put astroturf over that to keep it clean so I can clean it easier. And I think that they rerouted their home or up and moved and went to the lawn. Um, and then we flood the lawn, so they may have had to surface because we were probably drowning their little their farm their farm. You're way too stunned. Thumbs up, girl. Thank you. Thank you. When Zika starts up, it's a town and state thing. Really? Uh, the Zika. Yeah, I think I know. Is that like a virus or something? I've heard of that. Like it's like the killer bees or stuff like that. What is it? The hornets? Those big beasts. Anyways, what do they use? Not harmful to other living beings? Sure it is. Okay, so I'm sure the spraying hurts a lot of other living creatures like birds and anything else that's out there, even your pets. See, I don't know. I've never heard of them. Here's where you can find out when fogging is called mosquito fogging. And apparently there's a link on a website that talks about it. Oh, it's a calendar. Well, okay, so yeah, that's I thought that was interesting that that's happening. So I just wanted to share that in case anybody ever seen that in their neighborhood and they're like, what are they doing? They're spraying memory loss gas or something. You know, people could we. What are we supposed to think? It's like we watch all these crazy movies, we listen to the news, and the first thing out of our minds is they're trying to, whatever, brainwash us, kill us, whatever. But it's good to. That's why this is why I like to keep my ears open to what's going on around the neighborhood. So that's that. So that's pretty much all that I've seen. Interesting. Apparently, a lot of people in the neighborhood are alerting all the others as to when ICE is out and about gathering, doing their roundups. There's a nice burro, nice donkey. Somebody took a picture of just wild out here in the desert. Yeah, the virus. Okay, okay. I know what you're talking about, Henry. Hey, Scully Pops, how you doing? Scully Pops says, Woody. So yeah, I just wanted to share that, and let's see what else is going on. Here's, oh my God, look at this, guys. So I haven't looked at this site in a few days because it's all just a bunch of nonsense. Usually, it's people bantering back and forth, neighbors just kind of. Everybody's so opinionated, and I am too sometimes. It just depends, but I actually think about what I'm gonna say. I try to, for especially within the platforms like this, I think about it for a good 5 minutes before I respond, because I'm just Is it even worth responding? Usually it comes down to it's not even worth responding to. It's just like I think about why are you wasting your time with this? Just go on with your life. But some people they don't have that instincts to just not say anything. So sometimes it works on me, sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm not. So I'm not perfect. But this is you guys know what kind of bird this is, right? This is Mama Quail. Look at all the babies. Oh my God. Um, a little under the weather this week. Oh, Scully. I hope you get better. We just had a full moon recently, and I always get like this. Well, it's not all the time. Lately, it's hit and miss. But this full moon in particular, I had some deep pain in the front, my front, like a headache. I don't get headaches. So that was if that's kind of what you mean by under the weather. I feel I hope hopefully I wish you a speedy recovery, Woody. I mean, Skelly pups. Look how cute those little guys are. They look like little lines, a little furry ball with lines on them. A little golden hue. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my God. How many freaking eggs does a quail lay? Jesus Christ. That mama, like, she hit the jackpot with that litter right there. I don't even know if you call them a litter. Scully Pops the man. You're almost better. Oh, good. Hoping to get back live tomorrow. Oh, good. Yeah, I've been researching lately. I haven't had no time to go to anybody's channel, so if you haven't seen me around, I apologize. I haven't been around. I've been researching stuff, and I just got this book today that I want to share because it's like right here in our backyard. And this is the kind of stuff I like. It's like Arizona lore, and it's like based on true historical facts. So um, I really like the quail. Isn't it cute? No, I got IBS flare-ups. Oh no! Shoot. Uh, yeah, that's not fun. I don't even know if you can even eat. Can you even eat solid food with that? Like, is it just a liquid diet until it settles down, or I don't know how that works. But I'm really sorry about that, Scully. They last from a week to 6 weeks of full blown pain. Oh my gosh. Us to flush the grouse in my driveway, babies fluttering by me, and that mother started high pitched whistling. Never heard that. She was she was drawing my dog at Mama, protecting the babies. Aww. I a friend of mine used to live out kind of in a place called Shroon, here in the outskirts of Phoenix. So it's like northeast ish into the hills where there's just boulders, and the boulders are smooth and they're round. And I always thought that the wind did that, but honestly, all of this land, it's starting to become apparent that it was all underwater, of course. And how long ago, I don't know, but the rocks look like river rocks, but just at a bigger scale. Anyways, Troon is a place where the rocks are all stacked and they're all very smooth, and they look like sandstone or limestone or sandstone, real pretty, smooth and round. Anyways, in his backyard, he had some quail like that, but they weren't babies. They were mid. I would say mid. So between baby and adult, they were midway, and a lot of them like that. He used to throw seed out there for them, and there were just a ton of them out there. That's what that reminds me of. That's an abundant. That's very abundant. That's an abundant family right there. Just awesome. Not really. Mostly broth. I always lose weight. Oh, the body is purging, huh? Maybe. So, uh, that is so cute. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine having shoot, about five of them would fit in your hands. So cute. I like stuff like that. That that was a lot of eggs. And quail eggs, you guys know how big those are. They're like this big, or smaller. I love quail eggs. But they made full term, right? They made it to the very end. Who knows how many maybe didn't survive it? That's quite a bit. I mean, was that two mothers maybe, or is that seriously one mother uh, laid on all those eggs, or maybe others helped? Do they have to stay warm though, right? Well, it's warm right now. I mean, just being out in the sun all day is a natural incubator. I put it back on and the flare up takes it away. Yeah, right? Yeah. Good night, Woody. Thanks for popping in. Good to see ya. Uh, Scully says, see you tomorrow. Problem most won't make it. That's why so many. Yeah, that's like a little popcorn chicken right there. Little tiny bite size popcorn chicken. They're so cute though. I mean, I wouldn't eat them if I had it all in my backyard. I would definitely keep them and let them live their full lives. You developed this condition after Mama died in a head-on car collision. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Scully. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for your loss. Jeez. Yeah, that sounds like in the past from my research in energy and stuff like that, that the trauma makes it to parts of your body and starts causing problems. That's what stress does. You could look it up and research it yourself, but it's like um, stuff like that just doesn't appear out of nowhere. But I'm not a doctor, and in my experience, I know that anger eats at the organs. So it's not good to be an angry person or stressed. People stress and they can't help it. It's not good for your organs. It attacks them. So anyways, that's what I've learned in my research. Is there sound in here? I wonder if there's sound. Oh my god, there's sound, guys! Let's hear what they sound like. There's a lot of birds in this. Hi, Susanna. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. Nuggets. Yeah, little popcorn chicken nuggets. How you doing, Susanna? Yeah, 2 years ago. Aw, sorry, Scully. Susanna Pop. It has made me grow as a human. I can now see pain on others' faces that the world suffers. Yeah. We do what we can, huh, to spread the joy, huh, Scully? That is so cute. There was a lady who brought some quail statues to me. They were her yard art, and she had two quail statues, and I think two smaller ones. But they were they were chicks. They were just chicks. Anyways, she tasked me to hired me to pay to paint. Repaint them. I was supposed to restore them. They were chipped, and the paint job on them was very, just factory, basically factory, out of the factory. So I got a hold of them and got some pictures in front of me of the quail and painted them pretty darn close. And she said, well, now I can't put them out in the yard. Those are going inside now. She was very thankful. Anyways, that's something that I did. I love the quail. All their feathers, they stick out to me because they're very different parts of the body. You can see there's gray, and along the stomach, the feathers are brown, like a cream, dark brown, and then there's what appears to be like stripes. I don't know. And then the head, the markings around the head, of course, the feather on top, and there's so many different things going on with the quail. Crazy. So it was definitely a lot of work. I remembered every little detail. Quail eggs are supposed to be good. They are good. Yeah. Once in a while, I'll find them in a store if I'm out traveling, especially when I'm out for the summer. I have found some quail eggs pickled in a jar with what was in there? Onions and garlic, I think. Oh, I just love them. They're a nice treat. Really nice treat. But yeah, that's a little baby quail there. If anybody is enjoying that, I hope so. That's what I said. Oh my God, that's a lot of babies. Beautiful. So that's just really neat. Look at the background, the desert. That's our landscape. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So it's just beautiful. That was nice. I really enjoyed that. Really, really enjoyed that. Puppies. What's this? Pool service. A lost dog. This is a bad time to be lost in this weather right now. So I went to bed at 4 this morning. I got up at 8, and I was wide awake, and I'm like, oh shoot. So I started to. I got up and I was like, I need to cut down the grass. It's getting high, so I grabbed the weeder and did that like in under 30 minutes. It was already 89 degrees when I started, and I finished just in time. And then I spent the whole day researching, trying to put together some stuff for my channel. Here's a bird, and that looks to me like a mango. But I don't remember mangoes to grow like that. They grow, but unless they peeled off all the leaves. I don't remember mangoes growing on long string-like stems. But that almost looks like one of our woodpeckers here. That's what our woodpeckers look like. They're really different. I don't know if that's a woodpecker. So they're cute. They all look like they're wearing little uniforms at school. And this is recess. Yeah. You're heading out, Henry? Okay, thanks for popping in, Henry. Good to see you. Hopefully you and your family are doing good. And everything's going good at your house. Thanks for popping in. So, yes, I just kind of wanted to go through this real quick, and I'll start on this book, and this is the lore of oh God, that looks like my cat that went missing. But my cat had green eyes. That cat actually, I think that looks just like my cat, except he has yellow eyes. Anyways, I don't see anything else that's new. Somebody else hit a poll. Este es parte de la foto que subí hace 5 horas. Si se fijan, este agente de ahí se baja de las Suburban blanca y se sube en este carro. So this lady, this lady is saying, if you look at this photo, this guy is part of ICE, and he gets out of a white Suburban, and he gets into this car. So she's just telling everybody that he's part of ICE. So she's warning everybody. Ooh, these are snapdragons. This lady, I think, works for. I think she plants. I don't know if she works for herself or people hire her to plant flowers, to buy them like landscaper. But she actually goes and she'll plant the flowers at your place. These are snapdragons right here. Her when reading and scrolling through comments people make to each other. So she's basically always posting flowers. Anyway, oh, here's another quail. Those are beautiful though. These are snapdragons that come in yellows, and I've seen them in these pinks and yellow and pink, and I think they come in white also, snapdragons. But you can tell by the flower. I'm pretty sure those are snapdragons. Those almost look like a Texas sage too. The flowers look a little like a snapdragon. She doesn't say. Oh, okay, yeah, this is sage. Sorry, Texas sage. Snapdragons look like this. They grow in spires. But I was like, there's too much greenery around there. So yeah, Texas sage. Oh, here's another one. Agentes de ICE que acabo de ver por la 27th y el Bethany Home, cerca del Walmart. Del Walmart. Esteban parando a carros. They're stopping cars. Gente aquí, tener cuidado y be careful here, people. Cuidana, americana, mexicana, apoyaré a la gente, a mi raza, Dios nos bendiga. Be careful. They're actually stopping people in traffic, kind of like like a checkpoint kind of thing. She's saying they're looking for people of my race. God be with them. So yeah, that's happening a lot around here. Anyways, so that's oh gosh, this is what's going on in the news in my neighborhood. So so I wanted to share with you. This is called Verde Valley Lore, and so I just wanted to read some of this and then talk about it, because this kind of falls into the research that I've been doing and paying attention to most of my life, but recently have decided to actually dive deeper into it. So anyways, prehistoric mysteries. It says artists for centuries have painted their versions of landscapes and events to provide useful insights into the past. Later, the written word of the printing press allowed a more precise record. We now possess even more accurate methods of documenting events for future generations with cameras, records, discs, and tapes. How can we learn about those civilizations that existed in the Verde Valley before any of these methods were available here? We see traces of their presence, but the very definition of the prehistoric tells us that there is no readily available record of their culture. In spite of this, we have learned much about these ancient inhabitants of our valley. How is this possible? So, prehistoric mysteries. Archaeologists study the remnants of these people and are able to form a remarkably complete set of conclusions. This is accomplished through the study of information that can be classified as number 1, features, 2, artifacts, and 3, ecofacts. So the features, under the features is listed, these are identified as human alterations in the Earth's topography and as being attached to or part of the ground. Examples of features are habitation sites. In our area, these are generally pit houses dug into ground 2 to 4 feet, walled and covered with poles, limbs, and brush. So poles, limbs, and brush. And I've seen that. I've seen them. Houses, basically you get some mud, you build a structure with sticks, however it was built, and then they get the mud with sticks and stones in it, and in a mud mixture, and then they cover that. They cover it like that. So I've seen that around here in the desert. Well, in videos too. But like Montezuma Castle, that's a perfect example. So covered with poles, limbs, and brush. The size, shape, and density of these sites tell the experts much about the family and social configuration. Scully said he's going to go get some tea. I got my mango juice right here. So I'm definitely going to take a drink. Ah, that's good. Okay, so Uh, so in the area, there's generally pit houses dug into the ground 2 to 4 feet, walled and covered with poles, limbs, and brush. The size, shape, and density of these sites tell the experts much about the family and social configuration. At Casa Grande, this feature manifested itself in a multi-story adobe building and at Mesa Verde as cliff houses. Uh, okay, so that's the habitation sites. This is something else called rock walls, and a lot of the rock walls that I've recently learned about have been described as granaries. So in the cliff sides, there's like mud bricks that were actually created and then used to camouflage and blend into the side of a cliff. And then usually a door was put in there with a little archway door or a circular door, and then a stone big enough to cover the hole. So usually a perfectly round stone flat was set up against that, placed against the hole, and the that was called like a granary. So, anyways, rock walls. These are not widely used in our area since naturally occurring stones do not easily lend themselves to this purpose. They are common to the north, but in the construction of dwelling sites and as protective or defensive structures. Trash mounds. I've never heard of this before. So this is the first time I'm reading this book is right now. So I'm showing enthusiasm and excitement because this is my first time reading about this stuff. Because in the back of my mind, trash mounds. So it's saying these features are also called middens, Middens. They were garbage dumps of 1,000 years ago, and like today's landfills, they provide layer upon layer of lifestyle evidence. Often this stratification is helpful in dating a site. Many mounds are still evident here, and although eroded, for the trained observer, they answer many questions. Trash mounds. Okay, guys, have you guys been anywhere out in nature and have seen a hilly mound? It's like, where the heck did that come from? There's a place in California that looks like a snake, right? And it's called something I can't remember at the present moment what it's called, but it looks like a snake, and everybody's like, "What's the mystery behind that?" And that's a mound, right? Could that be just simple freaking mound of trash under there? I mean, could it be as simple as that? It could be something else, but it's like these little things that you see out in nature, and you're like, how did it get so hilly like that? Well, here's a something that was done thousands of years ago, and then erosion in nature, and then you get grass blowing. All of a sudden, you have a hill of grass, and boom! Inside of this place is thousands of years of eroded trash, and not like the trash that we make. It's probably it could be probably more natural things. So who knows? I mean, what were they throwing away? Wooden furniture and pottery? I mean, it could be pottery, wood, leaves, sticks. Who knows? Waste? I don't know. But anyways, so layer upon layer of lifestyle evidence. Often this stratification is helpful in dating a site. Many mounds are still evident here, and although eroded for the trained observer, they answer many questions. Roasting pits is another feature. Listed under features. So it's a conical holes were dug in the ground from 3 to 5 feet deep. Conical hole. 3 to 5 feet deep and about the same diameter at the top. They were used for cooking agave hearts. Ooh. And the carbohydrate staple of the Hohokam diet. So agave hearts, like artichoke hearts, huh? I wonder what that tastes like. Later, after irrigation, corn and beans are probably parched in the same pits. Nice. So, post holes. During pit house excavation, it is possible to learn the pattern of roof and wall supports based on the post hole positions. Occasionally, a preserved post will provide a tree ring dating or a burned post, a carbon dating sample. So, hearths. 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 These were small fire pits generally used inside each pit house, but sometimes just outside. They are well defined and can often provide an archaeomagnetic sample. Iron particles in the soil align themselves magnetically when the soil in the hearth is first heated. The magnetic pole has moved through the centuries in a pattern that is well known to scientists. Thus, the position of the magnetic pole at the time of the first usage of the hearth can be determined within about 50 years. Okay, so I have seen some video recently that somebody has found some dwellings with in front of us a small dwelling. It's looks like a kind of an arched small little dwelling with a kind of a window, and in front of it looked like two deep holes with bricks. Okay, so it's a structure with two holes, and then in the middle like a cooking area. So it looked like a place where you could put sticks and burn them, and then you could put like a pot on top of that. But the holes on the side, I don't know what that was for. Maybe that was for the wood, the actual the sticks that was used to burn to cook. Was it the storage for that? Could have been storage for a whole bunch of things, but I don't know. Maybe the food. But it was so simple, but it was just awesome. Anyways, canals and check dams. These features are most often eroded or altered by later usage. Any water control device can show the extent and style of irrigation techniques and give an indication of the productive capacity of a given area. Ball courts. These are generally oval depressions associated with prehistoric villages of larger size. Many experts feel they are a cultural extension of the elaborate stone courts of central Mexico and Yucatan. It is speculated that they were also used for dances and ceremonial or community events. Cremation sites. The Hohokam commonly practiced cremation and interred the remains in ceremonial pots, sometimes with ornate prized possessions accompanying the burial. Whenever such a site is found, the appropriate Indian authorities must be notified, and they decide the disposition of the remains. So they cremated their loved ones that passed. When I used to work at the canyon, I think if I remember correctly, they used to put their bodies, their loved ones that have passed on a pyre. So up high, like on stilts, and the body was laid on sticks and then set fire to it. I'm pretty sure that's what they told me, but I've never seen one. You'll never see one as someone who's not part of the reservation, right? I never got to see one, but that's what I heard. But I'm not sure. Anyways, so yeah, they cremate theirs, the Hohokam. Petroglyphs. These are patterns incised on stones that usually, but not always, were covered with desert varnish patina, which allows greater contrast. The inscriptions have been interpreted in many ways. They have been religious expressions, clan symbols, or a form of communication. Perhaps they were simply an artistic statement or a precursor of today's graffiti. They do provide a haunting and somehow more personal glimpse of these ancient peoples. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why this is why I'm digging deep into all this, because I have seen petroglyphs and I've seen pictographs and hieroglyphs and not hieroglyphs. That's a whole different. That's like Egypt, right? Anyways, pictographs. I've seen those in my lifetime, and I was always curious about the history behind it, and the meaning. And you could look at a symbol, and a billion things will run through your mind, but until you figure out what it really means, that's the whole That's the whole process of your adventure, is all all the possibilities that it could be. Anyways, so the next one is called artifacts. So that was petroglyphs. So that covered pretty much all of the features of the mysteries. So we had the habitation sites, rock walls, trash mounds, roasting pits, post holes, hearths. So the areas where they burned, I believe, where they cooked, canals and check dams, ball courts, cremation sites, and petroglyphs. So the next thing, so they did say features, artifacts, and ecofacts. So that was all part of the features that you see evidence of out here in the desert. So the artifacts, we're going into the artifacts right now. Hey Ruffy, how you doing? Hi Lex, how you doing? Good to see you. So I'm talking about petroglyphs and the history here of Arizona, and mainly in the area here. Pretty soon I will be talking about something, if anybody's ever heard of Aztlan. So I'll be getting into that here pretty soon, because I did kind of thumb through this a little bit, and I read just a few pages, but I was like, I gotta save this for a live, because I really want to share this stuff, because there's a lot of history here, and it's not just some dry, ugly desert. There's a lot of history here. There's a lot has happened here. So I'm trying to find I'm trying to dig and figure out the history. So anyways, next we're diving into artifacts now. So these cultural items are those whose physical properties have been altered by human activity and have been transported from their original natural locations. So pottery shards. I just learned something new about the pottery shards. If you're out in nature and you come across some pottery, there's a lot of meaning to that, because why they're broken. They have been found whole, but the ones that are being found broken, it could be time withering away, or maybe animals, walking about that area and knocking it over or whatever. But there's actual ceremonies where the pottery is actually broken on purpose. So that could tell you a lot about the area that you're in when you're finding broken pottery. It could tell you that, okay, this is the area of ceremony where they did ceremony, or it could lead to stuff like that. Anyways, so Ruffy popped in. Good to see you, Ruffy. Good to see you, Lex. Hopefully you and Mama are doing good. So pottery shards, they call them shards, not shards, shards. Like herds, but with the S in front. Professionals use this spelling, not shards. They're very adamant about the word shards. These are also called ceramics and are numerically the most commonly occurring evidence left by our area's prehistoric inhabitants. They were made from the two most readily available materials, soil and clay and water, and smaller amounts of temper, such as sand or mica, to strengthen the finished fired product. Much can be learned by careful analysis of shards, especially decorated items, and those containing a portion of the vessel rim. And I noticed that in this area, from here to Flagstaff, and from here to New Mexico, I've noticed that a lot of the ceramics that were found, the shards, are like black and white and that gray colors. The ones that I've seen, I haven't seen any other colors. So let's move on. So finished fire products. So the next word that's part of the artifacts category is called lithics. This is a word of Greek origin used to describe any stone altered by human endeavor. A great variety of tools were fashioned from an ingenious stone called aphanitic Aphanitic basalt. This stone is very dense due to slow cooling and can be split into fragments with naturally sharp edges. Rapidly cooled lava usually forms a vesicular basalt, a porous rock containing many holes and widely used for grinding stones. River rock and other ground stones were used as hammers, anvils, choppers, and axes. And exotics. In this context, the term means items traded into an area. The presence of trade goods confirms contact with other tribes and the production of materials in our valley that were desired by others. It is likely that some ceramics, tools, and foodstuffs from here were traded for obsidian. Chert and flint that were used as projectile points. Chert, C-H-E-R-T, and flint that were used as projectile points. So arrows, right? Arrows. Stuff that was thrown, and spears. Turquoise from the North Arizona and New Mexico, copper bells from Mexico, and shell from the Pacific and the Sea of Cortez are also found. See, the Sea of Cortez is where we used to go every Thanksgiving, and that's over in a place called Puerto Penasco. So that's also called what do we call that in English? Sea of Cortez, Puerto Penasco. It's not very. It's like a 4-hour drive from here. Literally, I think four hours. And you hit basically the Sea of Cortez, which is an inlet, like an inlet, and then you get Baja. So when you get to the Sea of Cortez, it's like you're on this side of it, and you look across the ocean. It's this big old inlet, and you can barely see it, but that's where Baja is at. So it's quite a long ways. I wouldn't kayak across that because the waters, well, they're not very like choppy, wavy or whatever, but there are sharks that come in there, and no way am I doing that. So that was called exotics. The items that were traded into an area. The presence of trade goods. So they were trading pottery and stuff for obsidian and who knows what else. So turquoise from the northern Arizona and New Mexico, copper bells from Mexico, and shell from the Pacific and the Sea of Cortez are also found. Neat. So the next category that we're going to read under is called ecofacts. Ecofact. This term is applied to naturally occurring specimens that can shed light on lifestyles. Examples would be pollen, seeds, and various kinds of animal bones. The incidence of this category is limited but can be significant in some situations. From the various features, artifacts, and ecofacts, scientists can form relatively accurate inferences about family size, population, lifespan, general health, diet, amount of conflict, agricultural practices, time of occupation, and social structures. By learning more about ancient civilizations, we can reconstruct not only what happened in the past, but we were able to deduce something about general laws of cultural history and the rate of changes in a given environment. A hypothesis can be tested by tracing it to the present. If it can be found to have a good correlation, a projection can be made and used as a predictor of future cultural changes. The rich archaeological sites in the Verde Valley have been crucial to the study of the Hohokam people. They may also help us relate this to our own past and future. Okay, so the next page is saying Matate query. So a Matate query. And if any of you don't know what a matate is, that was a grinding stone. How did I miss that? Where's page 1? Did I totally miss that whole page? I totally did. Where did I start at? Okay. So I did pass this. Okay, so let's go back over here because I totally missed it. We're on this page right here. So um, we're gonna. I don't know how I passed this. This was my whole like. I was so excited to hear about Aztlan. So Aztlan, and it says Arizona's capital. So it says it like this: Aztlan, Arizona's capital. So it's spelled like this. Let me make it bigger, like this. So it says Aztlan, and most Arizona residents probably are unfamiliar with the name Aztlan. Yet a location with this name exists adjacent to communities of Fountain Hills, Rio Verde, and Tanto Verde, which is like my neighborhood, pretty much. Fountain Hills is like a 35-minute, 40-minute drive north of here, northeast. Okay, so to understand its origins, we must go back 135 years when the western portion of the New Mexico Territory was split off and called the Arizona Territory. Almost immediately, controversy developed concerning the site of the territorial capital. Two sites had their advocates for capital status. The largest town at that time was Tucson, whose recorded history dates to 1775 when a Spanish presidio was established there. Prescott was in contention because of newly established Fort Whipple and the early gold discoveries in the Bradshaw Mountains, which had attracted a significant population. A third contender was apparently the first choice of many. Marshall Trimble, in his book Roadside History of Arizona, relates how early territorial leaders led by Lieutenant Colonel Francisco Chavez set out from Zuni, New Mexico in 1863. They intended to establish a capital city near the junction of the Salt and Verde rivers. This spot was favored since it would be a neutral location between the two established rival towns of Tucson and Prescott. This site at the mouth of the Verde was to be called Aztlan, an Aztec name said to be their mythical place of origin. Isn't that interesting? That is freaking interesting. It also has been identified as a region in northwestern Mexico where they were apparently living at the time of the Spanish conquest. The word is sometimes written Aztlan, so Aztlan. Hi, Miss Joyax. How you doing? Good to see you. Happy weekend to you. Happy Sunday. So the word is sometimes written as Aztlan, Aztlan, on July 25th, 1866. This name was also applied to the first Masonic lodge in Arizona, opened in an upper room of the old log capitol building in Prescott. The Chavez party tried to follow the Verde down to its mouth, but they were blocked by rough terrain, probably south of today's Camp Verde. That's crazy. That's where I stayed one summer, guys. Okay, and never achieved their goal. Let me read that again. The Chavez party tried to follow the Verde down to its mouth, but they were blocked by a rough terrain, probably south of today's Camp Verde. And never achieved their goal. By October 1864, the site selection was still not made, but the legislature was leaning towards Prescott. Tucson's close ties to the Confederacy while the Civil War was still in progress was a severe negative. The Tucson delegation was jealous of the honor and about to be bestowed on the fledgling village of Prescott, so they vowed to support anything else. When the bill designing Prescott as the capital was to be voted on, amendments to move the site to La Paz and then the lower Hasayampa River were introduced by the Tucson group and failed. They then offered language that stated, to a point within 10 miles of the junction of the Rio Verde with the Salado, that means salty, and said permanent seat of government shall be called Azatlan. This was also defeated, but by the narrowest of margins. Had the death of a Tucson delegate not occurred, and had one of the Western delegates switched his voice, the history of this river confluence would have been vastly different. So the name Azatlan has emerged, phoenix-like, to be applied to a large archaeological site just north of the Fort McDowell Reservation boundary, and on the west bank of the Verde. It is estimated that several thousand persons lived in this area at its peak, which probably occurred between 1100 and 1350 AD. Charles Poston, an explorer, miner, and statesman, who has been called the father of Arizona, visited this area in 1861 and wrote of finding the remains of 3 large Indian villages just above the confluence of the Verde and Salt Rivers. He described this portion of the Verde as a wild, weird area, referring to the heavy vegetation and the threat of Apache raids and the abundant evidence of ancient civilizations. The Azatlan site has been professionally excavated in 1956 and again in 1964. The archaeological Philip Schneering said, "This site has the greatest concentration of worked stone I have ever seen." He is referring to the large amounts of basalt and other stones that were chipped and otherwise shaped by the Indians for their tools. It is clear that the lower Verde Valley communities live on the edge of a fascinating piece of history and prehistory. Isn't that exciting, guys? That's exciting. And then after that, that was just a few pages of just that small little information. That was literally just page 1 to page 3, and then I started from page 4 for some reason. I don't know why. But then it got into the prehistoric mysteries, and we've heard about the artifacts, features, and ecofacts. So now we're working into the Metate query. But the reason why this is so interesting to me is because I am Aztec, and I always wondered, as because, like, look at me. Do I look like short? Because, okay, Aztecs live in Mexico, right? That's where my grandma came from. But she was short. I don't know. I only seen a photo of her, and she was like 5 foot, maybe 5'6", maybe, and very dark skinned. Like she had been in the sun a lot, but she wasn't in the sun a lot. She was just born with dark skin, dark like tan, naturally tan skin. Anyways, I would think that everybody kind of looks like that in Mexico, but my father told me that that's what we were. It was Aztec. But I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean like, I honestly don't know what it means, because it's just so confusing, and Aztecs are not, they're not recognized here in the States. But right here it's saying Azatlan was supposed to be the capital of Arizona. So I mean, did they travel this far? Did we follow the rivers? And then maybe some people didn't travel. Maybe they stayed behind, and who knows what was going on back then. So I don't know. But this is interesting because I'm learning about the structures that were built, the homes, the pottery, the artifacts, and I I feel really drawn to this stuff because when I lived up in the mountains, I actually just out of nowhere just started to transform this whole area on the side of the house with mud steps, and I was just like, "Where's this coming from?" Because I really love to play with mud. I really like the feeling of it. I like to shape it. I like ceramics, like pottery. I really love pottery class. And it's just something that I felt very drawn to. So I don't know if that's like in my roots or I don't know. I don't know, but this stuff is really, really interesting to me. The matate is pretty much like a grinding stone, as you can see right here. It's a grinding stone, and you can find these strewn about the desert. If you get lucky, if you really know what they look like, basically it's a stone that has been worn down and flattened. And then after it was prepared, then it was used to grind like corn and who knows what else. Um, Whatever they used to make bread. Like you can make bread out of a lot of things that's not sold in the store. I mean, before the store came along, people were making bread and things to eat way before the stores were selling it. So scattered on the desert floor around the lower Verde Valley are many pieces of metates, some worn away, but it was also the custom of many tribes to break or hide their grinding stones before traveling to a new location. So it has been theorized that this was to prevent other tribes from finding a ready-to-use tool. That's okay. So okay, it simply may have been practical decision that it was easier to find and shape a metate in the new location than to carry it. Right, because those things, they're big. They're like 50 pounds. They're like 50 plus pounds. You got this big slab of stone, right, that was permanently in that area because it didn't wobble when you worked it. So of course it's going to be perfect to be big and heavy. And carrying that thing 50 miles, I could see why they would have left it behind and just made a new one. So, and that's probably why they're all over the desert. Up in the mountains where I lived, in the area, somebody, a friend I call a brother, had lived up there, and I guess he was out just hiking around, and he found one up there in the mountains. So, of course, he brought it home, and he has several. But yeah, you can find them. So this is why they're just found, because when they moved on to their new homes, and they went traveling to find a new home. Shoot, they're not gonna drag 70 pounds, 50 pounds in their backpacks. So, anyways, it has been theorized that it was to prevent other tribes from finding a ready-to-use tool. It simply may have been a practical decision that it was easier to find and shape a metate in a new location than to carry it. The wearing away of the mano and the metate created a negative side effect that was probably not understood by prehistoric people. Their chief food source was ground seeds and grain. As the volcanic stone and the manos and metates slowly eroded with the grinding, the resulting meal contained particles of pumice. This diet gradually eroded their teeth. Oh no. A fact noticed by archaeologists as they uncover skeletal remains, persons identified as being in their 20s based on other characteristics of their skeleton, had teeth that were more worn than those of a 70-year-old today. There are some classic deposits of basalt along Shea Boulevard just east of the Mayo Clinic entrance. They are on either side of Shea, but are most dramatic on the south side, especially the two small peaks known as Saddleback Mountain. Just west of this formation is a ridge, also on the south side of Shea, containing large quantities of vesicular basalt that has cracked into blocks, many of which are roughly 1 to 3 feet square. 1 to 3 feet square, okay. Archaeologists have identified many places where slabs have been split off for metates and manos. What is the mano? Is the mano the stone? I've never heard it called that. So this is, I think, what the metate is the stone, and the mano, I believe, is what you hold in your hand to grind whatever you're grinding down on. They're calling it a mano. So mano means hand. So uh, this was generally accomplished by using dense greenstone or river cobblestones as hammers to obtain chunks, which were then shaped into metate size by pecking and flaking. This site had several locations where the ground is covered with basalt flakes, the result of the quarrying process. Some rudimentary stone circles also exist, probably representing structures of some kind. Vesicular basalt also exists in large quantities on the east side of the Verde, north of Fountain Hills, but these deposits are not as accessible and generally not as uniformly fractured as at the Saddleback Mountain site. Todd Bostwick, archaeologist for the city of Phoenix, discovered this site several years ago. His 1993 published report says it is one of the two major Hohokam ground stone quarries in the Salt River Valley. The other is along New River near the West Wing Mountains. It is likely that the Hohokam people traveled many miles to harvest their grinding stones at these locations. Matates and manos from these quarries have been identified at every habitation site in the Salt River Valley. Shea Homes has recently built Carino Canyon homes just south of this quarry. Access to the bridge is limited, but the next time you're driving in that area, take a look at the lava deposits just west of Saddleback Mountain and remember their place in the prehistory of our area. That is interesting. That is very interesting. So they were getting little bits of hummus into their food, huh? And biting down on it and grinding away. Maybe it was ground so shoot, they must have been really like really grinding down on their food. Unless their bread was hard and they're just like ripping. I don't know. So it was wearing away at their teeth, grinding their teeth down. Huh. That's interesting. And this was evidence found in the skeletal remains. So it's not just it's actually an actual factual observation. So the next page it goes into, it says 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, we know that the lower Verde Valley has many advantages that attract a growing number of residents. Less well known is fact that 100 years ago, this area was one of the main population centers of the Southwest. In the Southwest, in recent years, we have watched archaeologists at work along the Beeline Highway just east of the Verde River Bridge and from Gilbert to McDowell prior to widening of the road. Other work has been done along Bush Highway and on Fort McDowell Reservation. Have you wondered what they were finding? Summaries of recent excavations tell a compelling story of this area 10 centuries ago. Prehistoric people began to arrive here around 100 BC. They were nomadic, following streams as they moved to places of greatest natural food sources. Their diet was uncertain and life expectancy was short. About 300 AD, they began irrigating crops. As corns, bean, and squash were successfully grown, nutrition improved, and the nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle became more sedentary. Lifespans increased with rapid population growth about 500 AD. Some decorated pottery began to be used. Some decorated pottery began to be used primarily on ceremonial vessels, excuse me, and specialized objects such as scoops and effigies. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. Scoops and effigies. This denotes an allocation of more time to pottery making, an indication of less time needed to hunt and gather food. Let's take a brief look at 6 of these sites. So it's titled Water Users, Archaeological Consulting Services in Tempe. This location was a present tubing parking lot on the Salt River just below Stewart Mountain Dam. Seasonal occupation likely began around 500 AD. There was only one feature that showed some communal organization, a pit house. A pit house group around a courtyard dated to the late colonial period or 800 to 1000 AD. In this configuration, each of two or more pit house doorways face a common activity area. This village likely did not exceed 100 persons at its peak. Occupation ended about 1050 AD. There is some evidence of a withdrawal about this time to the lower Salt Verde and Gila valleys. Pollen samples showed wide use of plant resources, most of them native to the Salt Valley. An interesting exception is jojoba, jojoba. So jojoba. It's not pronounced jojoba because in parentheses it says jojoba. Residue since it does not grow in the immediate area. A corollary finding was the discovery of pottery that was made at the Azatlan site on the very north of Fountain Hills. This shows that there was a trade between these communities located 16 miles apart. Evidence of turquoise from the north and marine shell with the Pacific coast origins widen this trade circle. Stone tools were primarily of food processing type, but basalt, manos, and metates for grinding grains and seed. Many well-shaped projectile points were also found, as were basalt knives and scrapers. Stone pendants, clay figurines, and shell ornaments were present. Blue Point Ridge. So, Scientific Archaeological Services of Phoenix. Artifacts were similar to water users, except that the materials used for making of pottery were different even though the locations were only 2 miles apart. In each case, they used the clays available nearby. One ball court was here, a sign of a larger, more organized village. Ball court. Are they basketball players? I'm just kidding. They like their ball, huh? Fort McDowell Reservation Road, Archaeological Consulting Services of Tempe. Let me grab a drink real quick. Hey, Glacier Shark, how you doing? We're learning about the history here in Arizona. Actually, covers Arizona, pretty much this whole way north and south of Arizona. I think all the way into even New Mexico. That is so good. I was craving some juice. Got me some mango juice. You know how your body just craves something? Because I drink water so much. If it's not water, it's coffee. If it's not that, it's like tea. But sometimes I drink a Zevia. It's a soda made with stevia. So that's about all I drink. Or a beer. I don't know, apple cider beer. But I was really craving some juice, like bad, for 2 days. I told my hubby, can you bring some juice next time you go to the store, please? And he's like, what kind of juice? And I'm like, never mind, I'll get it myself. I want to see for myself. And then I remembered I had some instant juice powder stuff. It was like dehydrated fruit and add water. Anyways, good, really good. How you doing, Glacier Shark? Let's go. You're about to crash. Awesome. I hope you sleep well. Thanks for popping in. I want to come there and see the pecaries or whatever those mini wild pigs. The javelinas. Oh, the little with the little long snout. That's like a little like a. Is that what you're talking about? The pecaries. Pecaries. They're gray with black stripes or something. They have like a not a funnel, just a long snout, right? One of those, but not very long, but not too short. Yeah. Oh, javelina. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a lot of them here. Just they're. Oh, where I went camping last summer. Um, one just walked right behind me. I was literally up all night at the fire pit and until like till the sun came up, right? Because it was one of those long nights. Weird, one of those long nights. And I'm just sitting here and I'm facing here, and all of a sudden, in the corner of my eye, I see something walking, and I thought it was a dog. But when I turned slowly, it was sure enough as a javelina just cruising through, smelling the dirt, just moving along. Didn't bother me. I didn't bother it. I just let it be, and but they're harmless unless they got a baby. You can't spell. That's okay. Yeah, not a dog. And they got these. You don't want to get. You don't want one of those things to bite down on any of your body parts. I believe that they have the jaw strength enough to crunch through a bone. So you don't want to let those things make contact with you. So if you ever see one in a family around you, either be still, and they won't even know you're there. That they can smell really well. So be very still. Don't move. Don't. They cannot see very well. Their eyesight isn't good from what I hear, and it's true because I was literally feet from a whole family that was walking up a creek next to me, and I was afraid for my life because they had like three babies with them, and I was like, oh God, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. And I just stood there and froze like a statue, just watching them. But they kept moving along. You just stand still. Unless you're wearing heavy cologne or you just smelled like you came out of a barbecue or you got raw meat on you, you could probably. They won't chase you, but they'll protect their babies. So if you're going after their babies, you better do it right. Or them, or if you're a hunter, I don't know what the rules are to that, but just stay still. That's what I did. It worked. Yeah, we got a lot of them out here. Let's see. What was the next one? Fort McDowell Reservation Road. Beeline Highway. So yeah, I've actually there's some people who adventurers have gone through here, through Superstition Mountains, the Mogollon Rim, up where I was at last summer at the Verde River, where the caves are at, the endless caves. I went down and hiked up to a site that I was told were some petroglyphs and a small cave that I could enter. There was so many people there, and I didn't know exactly where I was going. I was just pointed in a general direction, and I was like, "This is stupid. If I follow this path further and I end up 4 or 5 miles, that means I got to walk back that much." And I didn't have any camping gear. It was midday, and it just would have been really irresponsible to go searching for this cave, without proper equipment and water and food and all that. So I wasn't equipped for a camping trip. I was equipped for a day hike. So I was really not happy about not finding that cave and the petroglyphs. But where the petroglyphs supposedly were, there was a bunch of teenagers out there screaming and yelling and cliff jumping into the water. Not very far, but still. And it was just too much noise for me. I would rather have been there when it was quiet, that I could take the time to stand and observe petroglyphs. So I didn't want to have to like squeeze through the crowd and then, be the weird one there saying, "Oh, I'm here to study petroglyphs," and while everybody's playing in the water. But I don't know. It just wasn't my scene, so I didn't feel comfortable. And it's the road was long and it's bumpy and it's just crazy. So, anyways, where were we at? We were at the Blue Point Ridge, Fort McDowell. So. Okay, so this is Fort McDowell Reservation Road, Archaeological Consulting Services of Tempe. Did I read that? Occupation here continued until about 1300 AD. Pottery and other trade materials were found that originated with the Sinagua from the north and the Salado to the east. More and larger stone tools were here, linking these people with the Aztlan site. And with more extensive agave processing, projectile points were fewer here than the water user site. Projectile points were fewer here than at the water user site. So over at the water, they were probably spearing at the fish, maybe. They may have not used nets back then. They probably didn't have that way of fishing, probably. I don't know, because I know that the nets are used like normal people I've heard in areas are not allowed to fish, but if you're part of the reservation, you can use nets to catch fish all day long, but you're not allowed to throw a pole into the water. That's in some places that I've lived. I think that was in Idaho. Hey, Kathy, how you doing? Good to see you. We're talking about some history here. I found this really neat book that talks about the area where I lived they wanted to name it Aztlan, the capital of Arizona, which I don't know if I got in this in the description if that's what actual phoenix means. Fiery phoenix. So I don't know. It's a little confusing. I'll have to go back and maybe reread it a few times. Beeline Highway at Verde Bridge, Northland Research Flagstaff. So this is coming out of the research out of Flagstaff. This site was initially called La Escuela Cuba. So La Escuela means the school, and Cuba, I don't know, Cuba. For the Cuba school located here in the early 1900s. It showed habitation as early as 100 AD, continuing until about 500 AD. It was then abandoned for about 200 years. The next occupation showed a more organized system with some pit houses and courtyard groupings. Pit houses. These people used large ditches for irrigation of crops. Their pottery was of somewhat lower quality. Major foods was about 900 AD, and in the mid-1300s likely ruined the canals several times and probably contributed to abandonment around 1400. One of the larger canals was cleared and rebuilt in this century. It was called the Velasco Ditch for Benjamin Velasco, a lessee, L-E-S-E-E. Does that mean a lessee of the Fort McDowell farm in the 1880s? A modern commentary on this ditch noted that in 30 years of use, it was partially destroyed and rebuilt 4 times. This underscores the challenges faced by the Hohokam as they struggled to maintain their extensive system of irrigation canals, diversion dams, and headgates, all constructed by the hand and with naturally occurring materials. Uh, Lower Beeline, Northland Research Flagstaff. These excavations were between Gilbert and McDowell, and on the north side of the old highway in most cases. Initially, this site was similar to other Salt River settlements. During the later occupation, divergence has been noted with intrusions of cultures from the north and east, like the Pueblo Grande location near Sky Harbor Airport. So that's south of us, the Sky Harbor. We see the planes flying over all the time. This site was at the upper end of irrigation ditches serving the valley north of the Salt. These people may have been very influential in the control of water for a wide area. After 1150 AD, their habitation patterns shifted from pit houses to at least some freestanding adobe structures. The villages here were larger, and in later years, platform mounds may have replaced ball courts for what is believed to be ceremonial and recreation purposes. Canal destruction from floods also occurred here, and the villages were vacant after about 1450 AD. So there's some history from here to New Mexico with the people who lived in those homes that looked like pueblos. They're called the Puebloans. From gathering this little bit of information from a few other channels that I've been following in regards to the history around here. I've heard them called Puebloans, so those are the ones that lived in the pueblos. So they started off with the pit houses. So they would dig in the ground like a circle, and I believe they would build they would use stones and mud mortar to make a foundation, like a wall around, and then they would have some kind of sticks with mud rooftops, but not very tall though. Not very tall. So, anyways, Tonto Verde Soil Systems Incorporated, Phoenix. This location just north of the Rio Verde was part of the large Azatlan site. It was excavated in late 1991. 9 areas were opened, with 5 identified as being seasonal activity places. 2 farmsteads were found with dwelling sites that were probably occupied for many generations. 1 contained 3 pit houses clustered around a courtyard in a classic Hohokam style. Another spot called a village revealed many activities: roasting pits, cremation burials, tool manufacture, and a wide variety of pottery sherds. Not shards, sherds. But strangely, no habitation sites were uncovered. Some well-decorated artifacts were found, notably a scoop with a bird head effigy. Wonder if it was the macaw, and its handle. A shell mosaic pattern on a possible mace or prayer stick. A shell mosaic pattern on a possible mace or prayer stick. And a decorated paint palette with traces of red pigment still visible on it. Paint palette. Occupation here was at its peak from 900 to 1100 AD, though usage probably continued into 1350 or 1400 AD. Each site had a different story to tell. They yield their ancient secrets slowly, only to the careful observer. Bit by bit, the clues emerge and the mystery is less elusive. These people deserve our admiration for being able to scratch an existence from the desert and create a relatively well-organized culture. It's remarkable that after 1,000 years, the trained scientists can still find clues that increase our knowledge of this resourceful civilization. So that's like so interesting, the Hohokam. I've never heard of the Hohokam, actually, until I started diving deep into this, and I started hearing that name more and more. There's a geology center archaeology center in Verde Valley where I stayed at last summer, and I didn't get around to going there. I just kept like putting it, you know, putting it off. And now I wish I would have walked into that center, and nobody was ever there. It's like nobody cares about this stuff anymore. There's very few people, or far between, that actually have an interest. And if they do, they've already been there and they're already, on their journey of their research. But honestly, it's not like Disneyland where people flock to this building. Nobody does that with archaeology stuff that I've noticed. So, anyways, that they do have a place there where I'm pretty sure they have artifacts in there. I actually talked to one of the I don't know if he's called he wasn't a ranger. I believe he was a volunteer for the Parks and Recreation, and him and his buddy, an actual archaeologist, he was working at a site where his buddy had come out to the site, and they were kind of brainstorming about the petroglyphs that were there at the site, which this site is called Crane Creek. And when I went there, it's about a half-mile walk from the point of entry to the actual destination. It's about half a mile walk, but it's straight. It's not like hilly. It's a straight shot, level ground. And anyways, when I got there, I stayed for 3 hours and listened to him talk about the petroglyphs over and over and over again as the groups kept coming in and leaving, and because I really wanted to absorb the meaning of that. You can't grasp all this stuff, and if you're on a schedule, you come there, you walk there like 30 minutes to get there, depending on how fast you walk. Anyways, it was hot that day, but and you stay for what, 30 minutes to listen to the whole history of the petroglyphs on those rocks, and then you leave. You're not going to absorb that. So I stayed for 3 hours only because he told it the same way every single time. All the questions were quite similar from the people who were curious about them. And so some people asked questions that other groups didn't. So I got like a lot of information that day, which was very interesting. And basically, like this book said earlier, a lot of them are stories, or they talk about a small story of the people who inhabited the area. And that specific site, the way that the rock is, there's a rock. It's like a rock face that's like red, dark red, with a lot of patina on it. And it's just this big, huge boulder. And all of a sudden, on the top, there's another. So this rock is facing this way. It's flat, but the petroglyphs are on the face right here. So this is a big rock like this, right? And here's all the petroglyphs all along here and here. And then up here, there's another rock that's like this. So if you turn it sideways, it's going to look like that, right? So it sticks out like that. And so the shadow that this rock caused on the face of this rock as the sun was going over pointed to the migration of the actual settlement, the people who were there at the time. It showed where they went, and they used that shadow to tell them between the sun and the moon that showed them, according to the petroglyphs, when to sow and harvest their seeds, that harvest their what they were growing. So it was like a summer, winter solstice kind of. It was all included in that petroglyph. So the shadow would tell, depending on how they created those petroglyphs, it was their own calendar. It was their yearly calendar, or their calendar, to show them when they were supposed to harvest and sow their crops. Just amazing. I saw a lot of swirls and mazes and all that things. And in my research, those basically meant that they traveled to another place. So some people like to interpret them as a place of power, and that's what I always thought they were. Vortexes, place of power. It could also mean a place of emergence, where the people came out to populate the world. So that's all part of the symbolism, the meanings or the interpretations. So just interesting. So, hey Ranchad, how you doing? So this is this book. Uh, I found this book in on a website. So when I was told, I wasn't told, but when in my research, I found somebody saying if you want to know, you know, get this book and read it. You'll really enjoy it. It's really good. And I actually there's some actual comments about this book, and it does have pictures. It has photographs and things. And it just all stellar reviews, stellar. And I wanted a book that's not like folklore, and you know, although I do like that stuff, but this is actual scientific proof that was found, and their research and their interpretation of what they think it is as far as their training goes, and their studies, and you know they are archaeologists, and um, so it's to me that information is pretty much more, to me it's more factual, although you know the inhabitants aren't alive anymore to speak for themselves. It kind of makes sense of their interpretations. So that's the kind of stuff I like. I like that kind of stuff, scientific stuff, scientific interpretation, or you know, they're in their training. It's this is how this is to be interpreted, right? So I like that stuff. Kathy says hello, Rashid. Roger says hey, Kathy. So yeah, and this is my backyard, guys. This is in my backyard. All this stuff, the Aztlan. I never knew Aztlan was that close to where I'm at now. Like, it's just crazy, because I mean, I'm right here on the lands, right here of this all this wonderful history that I think I've already made a connection to it already. Like I told you, I don't know if anybody remembers in the past, I've had dreams of being in cities where there's pueblos or Santa Fe homes and stone houses and things like that. I'm like, where's this coming from? Like, I was born in California. Come on, you know, I'm more likely to be in the forest with trees, but out here in the desert, like I felt no connection. But all of a sudden, I'm feeling a connection, and this is why I'm researching this stuff, because I'm dreaming about it. So it's just weird. It's just weird to me, but it's interesting. But I do want to kind of understand, because I do love petroglyphs. I do love finding them. I love that they're in nature, and so anytime when I'm around them, I want to have a slight clue of what I'm looking at. I want to know how to interpret it, so I can say, oh, okay, there was a, you know, there was some people here. This was their diet. This is where, you know, they're showing where a little creek, a fresh spring is at. They're showing, you know, their hunting grounds. They're showing that they migrated from here over here. So these petroglyphs actually tell all of this. And you could even tell by the petroglyphs who the clans were. So at the Crane Creek site, there was 3, I believe, symbols, and one was each clan leader that was there in the area. There was the lizard clan, the bird clan, and what was the other clan? There was one more, the snake clan. Snake? Is it the snake, bird, and lizard? But they were 3 carvings of basically stick figures, but the feet had the animal part. So that means that they were that's what clan they were. And this was something that the volunteer was explaining, and I listened to it over and over and over again, and I made sure I understood. But I got pictures of it. I have video of I made an actual live with that, and I did like a slideshow in one of my videos in the past about that petroglyph, the Crane Creek site. And so I believe I talked about it, but it has all the petroglyphs there and what they mean. And they don't know, nobody knows what they all mean. They have a fair interpretation of what most of the symbols mean. But in this field guide that I got, it covers the people, symbolism of the people, the clan symbols, which is it's about the clan symbols alone is about 30 of them and their interpretations. Also spirituality symbols, the spirits, their shields, and maps. So interpretation of the maps. Also the heavens, they were very fascinated by the stars and the sun. So they had their own interpretation, their own drawings, their own way of just explaining or carving what they believed, what the sun looked like, how they interpreted the sun in a symbol, and animals, of course, and then miscellaneous stuff like corn and flowers and ladders, times how many days, how they counted their days. The miscellaneous is actually fairly big. There's probably over 50 different symbols that are under miscellaneous. So I thought that was interesting. So what are we at? We're at oh shoot, we're already at 2 hours. Oh my god. So I got up early this morning, guys. I went to bed at 4 this morning, researching, and then got up at 8. I'm like, what the heck? Felt like I had a full day's sleep. Got up, I did some yard work. I did some more research on some stuff. And then my hubby came home, and I was like tired, exhausted. So I took a nap, and I didn't wake up till about 7. So I don't remember what time I went to sleep. Anyways, I'm wide awake, so I'm here for a while. So if you guys can't sleep, welcome. Anyways, I'm just going to move along because I'm not going to read this whole book tonight, but we're definitely trying to get through it. I just find it so fascinating how all this is. It even talks about Montezuma. So I'm so excited to hear about this stuff, just to understand what it all means. So this next one is called Verde Valley Geology. About 2 billion years ago, the area that is now the lower Verde Valley was the bottom of a large sea. See, I knew it. When I went kayaking in the Salt River, I got thrown by the river. I was cocky, and I believed that I was strong enough to go upriver, right, against the string. I've done it before on the Colorado, and it wasn't that hard. So I thought if I stayed along the edges, I could do it. And I did for the most part until the edges started becoming tall grasses, catgrass, cattail. And it started pushing me towards the center of the water flow. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't make it. Plus, I didn't know that you're supposed to drive at the top and then float down. I didn't know that. I didn't have anybody to go with. I was alone. Anyways, in that waterway, the Salt River, along the bottom of the riverway, that body of water, is a bunch of tiny little shells. I'm like, where the heck do these shells come from? So I'm starting to find out that this whole area used to be underwater, but it was ocean. was ocean. There was actual coral growing out here. If you look into it, anyways. So about 2 billion years ago, the area that is now the lower Verde Valley was the bottom of a large sea. About 1 billion years later, there was a large amount of volcanic activity, which there's a bunch of volcanoes out here, dormant, but very, so many that they're named after nothing. They're actually all numbered. Anyways, about 1 billion years later, there was a large amount of volcanic activity. The oldest rock now is visible here. The McDowell Mountains were formed during the Precambrian era. They are largely a combination of schist, what is that? Granite and diorite, much of which cooled slowly underground. This was a time of violent weather. For millions of years, torrential rainstorms, earthquakes, and volcanic upheavals occurred. Soil particles and fragments were swept from high ground, building sedimentary layers on the ocean floor that would accumulate to a thickness of hundreds of feet. After deep burial, these sediments were changed to stone by heat and pressure. The leveling process continued. These rocks were eroded. As the leveling process continued, these rocks were eroded to relatively flat surfaces about 600 million years ago. At this time, Arizona was intermittently covered with shallow seas, which retreated from time to time as the area was uplifted. Less than 100 million years ago, this location became dry land. Upheavals formed larger mountains and lower valleys. This era is known as the Laramide Mountain Building Stage. Geologic processes have since created geologic processes have since created the basin and range pattern characteristic of our area. As land surfaces were exposed, different life forms came into being. The former seabeds, with their rich layers of sediment and crustacean remains, nourished plant, bird, and animal life in abundance. During this time, mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and giant sloths were present. This was a plateau. Although it was certainly far from level, its elevation was such that the present Verde Valley drainage actually ran to the north. Laramide-era rocks from here have been found in several locations on the Mogollon Plateau. Only about 5 to 8 million years ago did the Colorado Plateau begin its steady uplifting process, finally reversing the Verde River flow. This same uplifting allowed the beginning of the erosion process that created the Grand Canyon. At this time, the Verde was many miles wide and several hundred feet deep. Whoa! Enormous amounts of sedimentary and conglomerate rock were deposited in random locations in our area. Losley Hill, just 7 miles north of Fountain Hills, is the best example. Geologists have noted that it contains a larger variety of stones with origins outside this area than any other formation in the lower Verde Valley. The Needle Rock Formation, that's Needle Rock, I believe they're talking about Superstition Mountains. The Needle Rock Formation, 14 miles north of Fountain Hills, is part of a ridge that is composed of the remnants of a rock deposited by this ancient river. On both sides of the Verde, there are numerous river rock deposits, sometimes quite deep and well above the present river level, evidence of the size, depth, and power of the stream. During this time, the McDowells were eroding, building talus slopes on either side of their northwest-southwest-east orientation. Over the millions of years, this range has lost about 4,000 feet of its height, with debris creating the long slopes to the Verde. As the height within the debris, as the valley gradually filled from the west, the river was slowly pushed against the more rugged and geologically more complex Matsatsal Mountains. Properly, properly said Mazatzal. Yeah, but commonly Matazal. Okay, so properly is Matzatzal, and then commonly Matazal. Core drill samples reported by Clifford Pope Jr. in his ASU thesis uh, called Geology of the Lower Verde Valley show sand and decomposed granite debris from the McDowells to a depth of over 1,000 feet in some spots west of the river. Whoa! Sand and decomposed granite. The Laramide era also caused huge sand deposits to be laid down just south of Fountain Hills. The sandstone that formed Mount McDowell, commonly known as Red Mountain, it is kind of weird out that way. The mountains look different. It's just interesting. So, Red Mountain and the Papago Buttes was probably deposited about 40 million years ago. Iron in the sand has oxidized to create its distinctive color. Basin and range faulting and erosion have occurred since then, exposing these massive sandstone beds. Other significant mountain ranges are visible to the southeast. First, the Usery Mountains, then slightly east. The Goldfields with their vertical west-facing cliffs that provide such spectacular views in late afternoons. On the far southeast horizon, the superstitions provide a hint of the mystery and intrigue that has surrounded them for more than 100 years. This tortured wilderness was formed about 25 million years ago during an intensive, localized period of volcanic activity. Following these mighty upheavals, the extruded materials collapsed back into the cavities formed during the eruptions. The resulting chaotic mass of rocks is called caldera. The complex ruggedness of the superstitions is better understood when the origin is identified. A landmark in the superstitions is Weaver's Needle, often thought to be the plug or neck of one of these extinct volcanoes. Oh my gosh. However, it is simply composed of harder igneous rock than the surrounding area and therefore has resisted erosion. Another distinctive feature of our landscape is Four Peaks, which is largely formed of granite rocks uplifted into a harder quartzite and diorite formation. These cap rocks are erosion resistant and thus have protected the rest of the formation, preserving much of the elevation created by the original uplift. A good example of nearby volcanic activity are the lava flows that are evident on Shea Boulevard as we go west into Scottsdale. Saddleback Mountain on the side of the Shea around 140th Street is the best example, but there are others. These deposits are interlayered with sedimentary rocks deposited after the uplifting of the mountains. On Shea Boulevard, some dramatic igneous intrusions or dikes can be seen in the cuts on the north side, just west of Eagle Mountain entrance. So in this photograph, it says, I'll show it to you guys. It says molten lava was squeezed into a crack in the sedimentary layers. Intense heat has burned the adjacent stones. So this is what that looks like. So this is like a big mountain here. And this is the lava that was squeezed in the rock right there. Sorry, I'm trying to give you a good picture. Good. Make the darn thing bigger, Susie. God. There. Sorry. So hold it still. right there. Looks like a face. He's like, what you looking at? What you looking at? What you looking at? So yeah, that's the proof. It's the proof in the pudding, guys. So Bob Brook, a professional geologist living at Rio Verde, helped with this topic. He says the geologic history of this immediate area provides a fascinating, complicated, and dramatically seen record of the process forming our planet. So I think it's kind of cool. The Shea Boulevard. Okay, Red Mountains and Gunsight. So yeah, that's a. We talk about Montezuma. Is this? I wonder if this has anything to do with the Montezuma well. So I need a bookmark. Shoot, I'm gonna use this. If you guys are bookworms, any of you that's listening or watching, welcome in and thanks for watching. Anyways, if you are a bookworm and you love books and you want to get books at a reasonable price, well, if you don't mind that the books are already used and read, I ordered this book was like $14. I saw people trying to sell this thing for $100. This book, okay, and the only thing that's so far that I have noticed, my observation of this book was it says Todd, good writing, Bob Mason. So that was written right here in the front, and that's the only thing. So if you don't mind little stuff like that, I got this book for like $4, right? The whole point was go to this live isn't sponsored. I'm just sharing for you bookworms. Go to thriftbooks.com. Thrift, like thrifty, like thrift store. Thriftbooks.com, and go look at the books that they got. And they definitely, it's like walking into a thrift store and you see a bunch of books. Pretty much the prices are the same, just very affordable. And I was able to find this book there. So if you guys are interested, anybody's interested in that. Proof or poop? You always twist my words, Rochelle. Can you guys hear me take that gulp? It's kind of hard. Sorry about that. So if we go back to the directory, I could probably skip around a little bit because I noticed here's a map. I don't know if anybody's interested in seeing where am I at? Okay, I already read that. I wanted to show you a map. They have actual photos in here, but it's all in black and white. They have actual photos that are copied into the pages. So here's I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but here's the pictures. That was the side of a mountain, Roshed. So this is the map that they're showing, the map, and Camp Verde. So this is where I was at last summer, right here. And remember, guys, so here's a little crazy thing about that area where I went camping. When me and my hubby went to go look at the place to decide if I wanted to camp there or not. Remember the Phantom House that I told you guys about? So we walked through it's basically a huge RV park, right, with the creek flowing through it. really nice. And the thing that drew me there was all the lights that the owner had placed in this park. Anyways, lights installation, all these colors, beautiful. That's why I was like, whoa, I gotta check this out. So, anyways, we drove down there. We got there. We said hello to the camp host, and they let us do a walkthrough just to see if we liked it. But we walked straight all the way to the back, and it led to just a walking trail, basically. Well, when we got to the back past all the RVs, there was a like a driving path, like a small road that you could drive, and then you'd have to loop back and turn around because there was no drive through. It was only a footpath. Anyways, the end of that road, there was a little white manufactured home, a very small one, single wide, just a small porch on it, the front door, window, uh, a window in the front and on each side of the door, and it's just real small. And so I'm like, we were walking towards it, and I'm like, I don't think we should walk back here because there may be someone living in that building, and I don't want to impede on their privacy or trespass. So we kind of just looked around, and then there was a path. There was a fork actually in the road that the one way went to the right that had the little house on, and then the one that went to the left took you to the left, and then it took you eventually on another walking path to the water, to the creek that ran through there. So we turned around, and we didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything of it. So we ended up liking the place and brought the fifth wheel there. And after staying there, getting all situated, I had asked the camp host, so does the owner live there on the property out in the back? He goes, where? I was like, there's a little house back there. It's a little white house, like a little single wide manufactured home. He goes, there's no house back there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? My hubby saw it. Okay. So anyways, he's like, no, there's no house back there. And I'm like, I saw a house back there. Like, I wish I was recording. Like, this house was as real as I could have, I felt like I could have went and knocked on the door. The only thing off about it was that it was a white house, but it looked like it was really dirty-ish old. Like, it had just looked dirty, like, dust got on it, and maybe campfire smoke a little bit, and it just stuck to the walls, right? So it didn't look it looked like it was somebody on a very low budget that just lived there, just a real low budget, just simple, bathroom, cooking kitchen, whatever, nothing extravagant, just very low budget. So yeah, he said that. So one day I was like, I never walked back there. Because I was just had started staying there, and one day we were talking. It was just before sunset. It was about an hour, almost 2 hours before sunset. We were all talking outside, and I'm like, yeah, like the house there that's supposedly not there, right? He goes, come on, let's go look. I'll show you. There's no house back there. I'm like, okay, let's go look. It was there. My hubby saw it. I saw it. So when we went back there to go look for the house, there was actually a fire back there. And so because we went to go look for the house, we found a fire that if we didn't catch at the time, it would have burned down a lot of forest and probably done a lot of damage in that park. So we were able to, just us and some of the staff, were able to get shovels there and get some buckets of water, and we were able to cover it for the most part till the fire department came. But that was what the Phantom House saved us from a fire, to go actually investigate that, to see. So I was like, it is there. I saw it. My hubby saw it. He's like, okay, it is a Phantom House. But anyways, this is on the Verde. This is in Verde Valley, but this is a house. This wasn't like a structure. This wasn't a dwelling. This was a house, but weird, kind of just interesting. That was an interesting thing about this place where I camped last summer. So, I wanted to look at the index and see if that Montezuma has anything to do with Montezuma Castle, because it does say there's the Stoneman Road that we went, Carlos Montezuma. So that's I'm working up to there. 7 more pages. Let's read it. Let's read about it. Carlos Montezuma, MD. Let's see. I don't know if it has anything to do with the Montezuma site, but Montezuma well has and Montezuma Castle has nothing to do with the Montezuma guy in Mexico. I don't believe has no. There is no. There's no ties or nothing. Okay, let me see where I was at. One of the users, Verde Valley. I'm at Verde Valley Geology. Really need a bookmarker. I'm just gonna fold the page. Okay. So Carlos Montezuma, MD, friend of the Yavapai. Okay, so friend of the Yavapai. So about 1865, an Indian boy named Wasaha, W-A Wasaha. Wasa, and then J-A-H, Wasaha. Okay, was born in the vicinity of today's Roosevelt Dam. His parents were members of the Yavapai tribe, although Wasaha lived full-time among Indians for only his first 6 years. He was to become a national figure as a champion of Indian rights and play an important role in the ultimate destiny of his tribe. He appears often in Yavapai history and most completely in Peter Iverson well-documented book Carlos Montezuma. In 1871, during one of the many clashes between the Pima and Yavapai tribes, Wasaha and his 2 sisters were captured. The children were soon separated, and he would never see them or his parents again. Wasaha was taken by the Pimas to a village near Florence, Arizona, where they found a man of Italian descent, Carlos Gentile, or Gentili, Carlos Gentile, who purchased the boy for $30. What? He was renamed Carlos Montezuma and baptized into the Church of the Assumption in Florence on November 17, 1871. Gentile moved often, giving young Carlos exposure to a variety of circumstances. First in Chicago, First in Chicago schools, then in a one-room school near Galesburg, and later in Brooklyn. It has the I and then Galesburg, Illinois. Sorry, duh. And Galesburg, Illinois, and later in Brooklyn, New York. While Gentile could no longer afford to support the boy, I'm sorry, it's not like a puppy, okay? You buy a puppy, it's for life. That's what it sounds like. Sorry, guys. He was cared for by a Mrs. Baldwin in New York and later brought to Urbana, Illinois, where a Baptist minister, William Stedman, became his guardian and later performed his wedding ceremony. Wow. Okay, here's a picture. Oh, there's a Masonic tombstone here. Okay, let's make this bigger. So this is him and his bride, I guess. Can you guys see it? It's kind of dark also. That was Carlos, Wasaha. Okay, so it says Carlos was a good student and earned grades that qualified him for a degree in chemistry at the University of Illinois in 1883. Hang on a second. Okay, so Carlos was a good student and earned grades that qualified him for a degree in chemistry at the University of Illinois in 1883. He entered Chicago Medical College, a branch of Northwestern University, and worked at a variety of part-time jobs while earning his MD degree in 1889. So that was in the picture. It says Dr. Montezuma and his wife Marie. He entered private practice in Chicago but failed to attract enough patients to earn a good living. 4 assignments to Indian agencies followed: Fort Stephenson, Dakota Territory; Shoshone Agency in Nevada; and Colville Agency in the state of Washington at the Carlisle School in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. At all of these locations, he was critical of the Office of Indian Affairs Management and lack of opportunities it was providing. Okay. Although at Carlisle, he thrived and became acquainted with many people involved in national Indian policy. While there, Dr. Montezuma traveled to Arizona with the Carlisle football team in 1990. At this time, 1900s. At this time, he visited some of his boyhood locations and reinforced his emotional commitments to this area. He spent time with both the Yavapai and Pima people. After 2.5 years at Carlisle, he returned to Chicago to private medical practice. When the McDowell Reservation was established in 1903, Carlos was corresponding regularly with several Yavapai friends and rejoiced in their return to a homeland of their choice. Dr. Montezuma also began to see that his training and experience in the white community could be used to help his native tribe. Almost as soon as the Yavapai were located at McDowell, efforts began to move them south a few miles and attach them to the Salt River. The Salt River Pima Reservation. The justification for this took many forms, one of them being the continued cost of building diversion dams in the Verde River at the head of the irrigation ditches serving McDowell. Other reasons involved water rights and the legalities that ebbed and flowed around this issue. Many groups coveted the fertile bottom land of the Verde. Through all these many attempts to again relocate the Yavapai, Dr. Montezuma was steadfast in his efforts to prevent it. In doing so, he earned a reputation among Indian service people as a troublemaker. He counseled tribal elders on strategy and testified eloquently in their behalf before Congress in 1911. The same year, he married Marie Keller, a woman of Romanian American descent. During these years, Dr. Montezuma became nationally known as an advocate for better Indian education and in promoting his belief that Native Americans should be encouraged to fully participate in this mainstream of American culture. He concentrated his attention on the Yavapai, the Pima, and the Maricopa tribes and was outspoken in his opinion that the Office of Indian Affairs should be abolished. To that end, he began a monthly newsletter in April 1916 that addressed these issues. It was appropriately named Wasaha. Each copy cost 5 cents, and a year's subscription was 50 cents. This effort was continued on an almost monthly basis until November of 1922. Although there were never more than a few thousand copies of each issue distributed, it clearly influenced national policy. During the summer of 1922, the doctor developed tuberculosis. He knew that he could not continue seeing patients. In a move that tells us of his deepest feelings, he took a train to Phoenix and returned to McDowell to spend his last days. He lived there near the Dickens family in a brush shelter, living as his ancestors had for centuries. He passed on January 31st, 1923, with his wife and Yavapai friends at his side, and was buried in the McDowell Cemetery. In many ways, developments since his death have vindicated his position. Just a year later, all Indians were made American citizens. Most of the changes in Bureau of Indian Affairs actions and in legislation passed have been in the direction recommended by Dr. Montezuma. He surely can be considered a giant in the Indian history of this valley and the entire nation. So they have a monument for him here, right here. Looks like that. Stupid light. So it looks like that. This is the monument. where's it? Right here. Right here. So sorry. It's I could probably get the camera closer to the book if anybody really wants to see it. The Fort McDowell tribe, their new clinic, the Dr. Carlos Montezuma Memorial Health Center. He is further remembered with the monument shown above. On the south side of Beeline Highway, 1.6 miles northeast of Shea intersection. That was interesting. Had nothing to do with Montezuma Castle. But I like that. He was sold for $30, guys. Can you believe that? And then he helped all the natives, right? The first people get their citizenship when they were already here. Can you wrap your mind around that? Just wrap your mind around that. So yeah, that was a nice history lesson there. I like that. So that was Carlos Montezuma, MD. Look at how much he did. He accomplished a lot. Oh, that was his gravesite. I wonder if he was a Mason. I wonder, because there's a Masonic symbol on his tombstone. Did you guys notice that? Here, I'll show it to you guys again. Look. I don't know if I could get the light any better. But, right? Oh, where is it at? God. Right here. Right there. There's a Masonic symbol right there. So, that was that's his tombstone. So that's his tombstone. Put this down a little bit. It's too bright. Okay. And it says Carlos Montezuma Wasaha, 1869 to 1928. Gravesite at the Fort McDowell Cemetery. Fort McDowell. I hear that name. I don't think I've ever been there. But it's not too far from here, I don't think. I'm not too familiar with this area yet, this place, Phoenix, so I don't know. But I do know Camp Verde, though, because I stayed there for like, 3 months? General Irwin McDowell. Well, that's the next story. Yeah, so there's a lot of information in this book that's really, really interesting, and I really, really like the history of the Hohokam and the other tribes, clans. What do they call them? Clans, tribes that lived in these lands before we were all here. And the way they lived and how they built and all that stuff, that's all interesting. The petroglyphs, the symbolism, There's like this huge secret in this book that I was reading recently. I started to read called Haunted Canyon by Louis L'Amour, and it happens to be up in I believe the Navajo reservation, just at the Arizona Utah border. Right in there in the corner, the upper right corner is the Navajo reservation. I believe that's Navajo, but there's a canyon down there that's a mysterious canyon, and there's some mysteries in there. So there's a lot of stuff going on out here in the desert that's very fascinating. It's if you're an adventurer, that's very adventurous stuff. Very adventurous kind of stuff. So proof of poop. Oh yeah, Rashida, that was a cliffside of a mountain that showed lava that was trapped inside the rock. So I'm just gonna read. Let's see. I already read that. Where did I mark it there? Okay. I'm gonna read this Red Mountains gun site, and that's only a few pages. This goes pretty quick. And then it goes into actually literally a page. So the Red Mountains gun site. There are many landmarks on the Fountain Hills. Fountain Hills is gorgeous. It's a gorgeous area. It's a kind of a nicer place to live. These homes are $1 million homes up there. So you got to have a little money to live there. And you're lucky if you can have a house there. So that's Fountain Hills. So there are many landmarks on the Fountain Hills horizon, but few are more unusual than the gun site. This dramatic slot in the Red Mountain has prompted many discussions and undoubtedly lots of looking and pointing as we show guests and newcomers our desert scene. What created this unique bit of geology? Let's take a vicarious hike to the spot and learn more about it. About 80 million years ago, massive geologic processes caused an uplifting of the bedrock granite. This was accomplished unevenly, creating mountain ranges and basins between and below them. The resulting terrain was sharply defined. Erosion then began smoothing this harsh environment, a process that continues even today. The bedrock was altered by plant life and eroded into the basins adjacent to every set of uplifted mountains. These erosion products were deposited in layers which gradually accumulated in some places to a depth of many hundreds of feet. As these layers were compressed by the pressure of materials above them, they became stone. The contents of this sedimentary fill was primarily sandstone conglomerate with inclusions of many boulders of granite and quartzite that did not erode into the sand but simply washed into the basin intact. About 30 million years ago, volcanic materials would periodically intrude into seams of this fill, and lava flows would cover portions of the terrain. Enormous weight transfers occurred as a result of erosion process, and about 10 million years ago, the Red Mountain portion of the basin was tilted and uplifted. As this happened, vertical fractures were created. Millions of years of erosion. Vertical fractures were created. Millions of years of erosion have again softened the landscape, separating some of the sandstone bluffs and buttes into columns. The rocks that make up Red Mountain are not seen on the surface at many places in this region. They are thought to be about the same age and composition as the head of the camel, of Camelback, which is called Camelback Mountain, and the Papago Buttes. The presence of black lava flows and red sandstone creates a contrasting scene as a hiker begins the trip. The terrain is so uneven that soon after leaving the Beeline Highway, the associated sights and sounds of civilization fall away. In some of the arroyos and rockfalls, one can easily imagine that the hike is occurring in a remote wilderness area. The last part of the climb to the gun site is difficult and treacherous. There are thick stands of jumping cholla and loose jumping cholla. Don't get caught in those, guys. You will hate your life. And loose rock on the slopes of the mountain. Chartreuse-colored lichen covers many of the sandstone boulders, adding another dimension to the rugged terrain. If you don't know what lichen is, it looks kind of similar to like a fungus growing on the rocks, usually gray and discolored with orange and black. And you'll see this on rocks if you're out hiking. If you're a hiker, if you're a nature lover, you'll notice that there's a light coverage of this stuff on a rock that's sometimes orange. It looks orangey with flakes or specks of black, and it may be gray also. That's called lichen. So it just looks like fungus to me, but that's what it's describing. The gun site is here. I'll show you this picture. It shows the dramatic scene captures the attention of Beeline Highway travelers and Fountain Hills residents. So I don't know if this photo here, but oops, not that one. Where's Chingao? Right here. So there's the photo in there. So it shows like a crack in the rock there, and the dramatic scene captured. So it's talking about the uplifts. So they call them uplifts. I think they're like mountains, right? Mountainy. The dramatic scene captures the attention of Beeline Highway travelers and Fountain Hills residents. So there's some cool mountain formations. The gun site is a nearly vertical fracture that has been widened by wind and water erosion, creating the feature that enhances our skyline. The base of the slot is at an elevation of 2,140 feet, and the width at that point is 15 feet. This latter figure was surprising, for it appears wider when viewed at a distance. The width narrows a few feet above the base and does not widen until near the top, where tilting has caused the western portion of the ridge to fall away. The vertical measurement of the opening is estimated to be about 100 feet on the east and 80 feet on the west. There is very limited level space at the bottom of the gap. The floor slopes sharply away to the north and south. In the slot, another vertical fracture can be seen that extends into the east face of the mountain more than 30 feet and extends from the base to the top. At this point, there are many quartzite and granite boulders in the sandstone that are up to 2 feet in diameter. As erosion occurs, the harder boulders protrude and eventually pop out during freezing and thawing or heavy rainstorms. This gives the fracture the appearance of an environment in transition. Fresh rounded cavities are evident where rocks recently dropped from the rock face. A pack rat had made his home in one of these. As would be expected, the view is spectacular. Granite Reef Dam is directly to the south. At nearly the same spot, the Central Arizona Project Canal dips under the Salt River, then is pumped up to start another downstream portion of its journey to Tucson. To the north of all Fountain Hills and the McDowell Mountains dominate the scene. The radar dome on Humboldt Mountain, 31 air miles to the north-northwest, is visible, as is McDowell Mountain Park, Rio Verde, and Tonto Verde. The correct geographic name for Red Mountains is Mount McDowell, and it is considered to be the southeastern end of the end of the are geologically different. Southeastern end of the are geologically different. The rest of the McDowells are granitic and metamorphic in origin. The trip to the gun site is not recommended because of the steep, unsafe climb. But for those who have always wondered about this distinctive landmark, perhaps these facts will help answer questions and enhance your appreciation of this unique topographical feature. Bob Brooke, a Rio Verde resident and retired geologist, made the journey with the author on 2 occasions and helped with this report. See, that's why I like this book. It's good information in here. So yeah, does anybody have any questions? Hey Tara, how you doing? How's your thumb? How's life? How's your weekend going? I think I might grab some more juice. If anybody wants to come up on the panel and talk about this kind of stuff, I would be happy to put the link in the chat. But this is kind of stuff that I've been researching lately, only because when I do go out in nature out here, I want to know what I'm walking into. Right? I want to know what I'm walking into. I want to know the history of this land. I left California at such a young age that I never got a chance to learn too much about California. I remember the forest that I was drawn to quite often. I heard the story about John Muir and a lot of the stories. We were, what was it, a two-week vacation? They send you off to Saigon, a place called Saigon up there, where you get to live, and you got like camp counselors, and there is a cafeteria there, like a mess hall, whatever they called it. There was an astronomy building where you could learn about the stars and also rocks that were in there. It was just the coolest place ever, with cabins, and there was they just took a bunch of kids out there. I think it was a week or two. Can't remember exactly how long it was, but and then there's where I learned about acorns and the different types of trees and the animals and the birds and all that fun stuff, all that cool stuff that they teach you about. And just, I love that place. I really, really love that place. Really neat. You doing good, Tara? I'm doing good. Thank you. Hi, Miss Joy X. Moonshine Kool-Aid. Got coffee? Coffee. I'm drinking juice right now. I may have some coffee. I may have a cold coffee. So we just got a new refrigerator because our last refrigerator was on its last legs, and literally just from one day to the next stopped cooling. So we got a new one, which is so much nicer. Oh my gosh. My hubby, he's such a sweetheart. He let me pick it out. He told me kind of basically he gave me 2 brands. And we both talked about what kind of style we like, and so we ended up picking one, and it's like one of those double door opening. The whole top side is a refrigerator, and then it's got 2 freezer bottom drawers, which is really cool. It has craft ice in it, so it spits out ice balls and ice cubes, so it's kind of cool. Right now we're having a weird issue with a scent coming out that's sticking to the ice. So that's a weird scent. So we did filter the water. It said 2.5 gallons to run through the lines. And I was asking my hubby, are the lines like plastic, like tubing, or what? Because I'm getting a smell like a right out of the factory plastic tubing, kind of almost like that powder coating that smells really off. Anyways, he said, no, the tubing is metal. I'm like, what? Where's that scent coming from? So we had to throw like 2 batches of ice so far. out, and I threw them in the plants because I can't waste water like that. But anyways, I'm still trying to figure out what that scent is coming from. So I'm going to call the company tomorrow and ask some questions and see if they can help me walk me through some kind of understanding, or maybe there's something I got to do, something we didn't do. But anyways, I'm going to put the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and is interested in talking about like rock art symbols, petroglyphs, if anybody is familiar with Arizona and has anything they want to talk about, feel free to come up on the panel and share. I would be happy to talk about it. So yeah, there was a very interesting petroglyph site called Cream Creek right up the road from where I camped last year, and I may go again this year, but not till it starts cooling down. Because if I'm gonna cook and bake, I might as well bake where I have a pool and can bake in a pool instead of baking and just staying in my fifth wheel all day long. I'd rather stay here and then go from baking outside to inside in the cool, but bigger, right? In a bigger living area. So it got pretty hot over there last summer. That's why I wasn't too enthused about going back this summer, because I might as well stay home and bake here in the pool. Joy X is saying, wee, with the mic emoji. Mike! Oh, don't say his name. Don't you do it, Rochette. Don't you do it. So, yeah, this is, I've been researching these petroglyphs, and, you know, some people don't really care about it. They don't have time, but I do have the time to research. I didn't have time in all of my past to sit and have the joy of researching something, and now I do. So I'm very lucky that I'm able to do this kind of stuff that I'm interested in. Because they definitely don't teach this in school, and you know, it's as close to delving into geology as I can without actually taking a course. But hearing from the horse's mouth, you know, what stuff means is nice. They got a lot of pictures in this book. So this book has, the author is Robert Mason, and it's got 157 pages with an index, and it's got a bibliography, and it's called Verde Valley Lore. If anybody's interested, that's what it's called. And I don't know how many copies are available at thriftbooks.com, but if you're interested in this kind of stuff, go to thriftbooks.com and look in their inventory and see if there's maybe something that you might find for a very, very, very affordable price. So that was the Red Rock. Like, I wonder if it even talks anything about Sedona. That'll probably be in a whole different book. Or Damned Rivers. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Verde River Bridge. Huh. The Verde River Sheep Bridge. Sheep and their bridges. Okay. The cattle and cattlemen. Peterborough Ranch House. Yeah, and over there at that Crane Creek petroglyph site, there's a there was a house there, and it was called the oh gosh, what's the name of that? homestead. It was called a homestead, and the only thing standing. Plus, there's an actual building that was in the back, which I believe was stables for the animals, and that was still standing. I believe it was like a stable building. But the only thing that's left today standing of that homestead is the fireplace, the brick fireplace, and they had a kind of like a barbecue made of stone slabs off to the side where the homestead used to be. So I don't know if it was for outside cooking, but obviously it was probably about 30 feet away from the homestead. I don't know how big. It does have a picture of the homestead, but the only thing standing today is the fireplace, the fireplace with chimney, and then there's a big plaque in front of it. But it's a very interesting site if you're into petroglyphs and you're looking for a little adventure. It's a nice little walk. And it's next to a beautiful creek. I believe it's called Frog Creek, something like that. Frog Creek, and it's gorgeous. The water is clear as crystal. And there was too many people in there, and I really wanted to go and see it, but there was just too many people, and to avoid that, you have to go real early, and that's not me, or real late, and then there's not enough light. So either you yell skunk when you go out there and maybe get some skunk scent to get people out. I think that's just, if you want to be clever and you just want to just have the day, have the site to yourself, there's maybe something that you could do. That's just something that popped into my head. It's not something I've been thinking about, but that's probably not a bad idea. Get some pepper spray and just spray a little in the air, just like, and then people be like, ew, ew, and then they'll disperse, kind of not to harm anybody, but just to get them uncomfortable enough to leave. But I wouldn't do that. I probably would wait till later in the day after they ate and swam and had their fun, or just went when they're not there. So that's just me being silly. I wouldn't do that, but it looks funny in my head. But I would never execute that kind of stuff. So I wonder if this book has anything to do with if it talks about. Okay, so Aztlan, Arizona's capital? ? Prehistoric mysteries, Metate Quarry, 1,000 years ago, Verde Valley geology. I'm reading the contents. So there's a preface and introduction. It happened here in photo credits. Also, Carlos Montezuma, General Irving McDowell. Fort McDowell. It sounds so familiar. Okay, Old McDowell had a farm. Stoneman Military Road. That's another interesting thing, because I wonder if that's the Stoneman Lake that me and my hubby went to. I'm like, why would they call this Stoneman Lake? This page 39. Oh, it's a military road bypassing Phoenix. Just 3 miles north of Fountain Hills is a former transportation artery that was seen great activity 128 years ago. The building of this military road was the result of an order by General George S. Stoneman. Stoneman was born in Chautauqua County, New York, on August 8th of 1822. He learned surveying at the age of 17 with the intention of going to the open country of the western United States. He had a cadet at West Point during 1842 and 1846, at which time he was roommate of Thomas J. Jackson, later to become famous as Stonewall Jackson. Upon graduating with honors from West Point, Stoneman was assigned to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. The young lieutenant was placed in charge of an ammunition wagon train to Santa Fe, where he joined a now famous Mormon battalion as quartermaster. This was a group of about 450 soldiers commanded by Colonel Philip St. George Cook. COL means colonel, right? COL, is that how you say it? COL. When it says COL, it means colonel, right? It's not colonial. It's colonel, right? They had departed Fort Leavenworth on October 1st, 1846, and marched to San Diego, arriving there at February 1847. As they were crossing Arizona, they were scouting for a wagon route that could serve as a trail for future travelers. Oh, okay, we have these guys. We have these out here in Arizona. I've seen them. There was some over in Kingman, out in the mountains, just as you're coming in from Kingman, from Laughlin, and you're coming and you're headed east and you're headed into Kingman, coming from the east, headed west. Off to the right side is a turnoff, and you got to stop and get out of your vehicle and open a gate, and then you drive in. You have to close the gate, and there's restrooms appointed there. If you park your car and you go hiking back to the right behind there, there's an actual arch out there. A lot of artifacts too have been found out there. Nobody really talks about it too much, but there's also a rock called it basically looks like the rock formation looks like a woman that's pregnant. So I can't remember right now what it was called, but I did know. Anyways, if you keep hiking out back there, it's just desert. It's fairly easy terrain to walk along, but you'll find wagon trails. They're cut into stone, the stone floor. So it's just two lines, parallel, two lines parallel to each other, and those were the wagon trails that we used. So it's really neat. That's some neat stuff to find, actually. There's a lot of snakes out there too, so be careful. Take a stick with you. So when the group arrived at the Gila River, where did it go? Stoneman's first singular event occurred along the Mexican border near what is now Bisbee. As the wagon train was bushwhacking through the wilderness, they encountered a herd of wild bulls on December 11th. During the ensuing melee, two men were trampled by the bulls. One other tossed in the air. Two mules were killed, and Lieutenant Stoneman nearly shot off his thumb as his pistol accidentally discharged. No heroics yet by our young hopeful. When the group arrived at the Gila River, they were exhausted from hacking their way through the dense vegetation and rocky terrain that seemed to be associated with each waterway they were forced to follow. Colonel Cook decided to lash two wagons together, caulk them with pine tar, load them with some of the heavy provisions, and float the makeshift raft down the Gila. 2,500 pounds of flour, corn, some tools, and portions of Colonel Cook's personal effects were destined to become the cargo. Some in the party felt this was a foolish plan, but Lieutenant Stoneman, claiming previous boating experience, volunteered to captain what may have the first attempt by a white man. I wish they wouldn't say that in this book, to navigate Arizona's waterway. The attempt was in trouble from the start. The crewed vessel kept grounding on sandbars, and by the end of the first day, Cook sent a messenger to Stoneman to salvage the cargo and abandon the attempt. The attempt was in trouble from the start. The crewed vessel kept grounding on sandbars. Okay, and by the end of the first day, Cook sent a messenger to Stoneman to salvage the cargo and abandon the attempt. This message was not received, however, and the land party kept getting farther ahead. After 5 days and progress of only 54 miles, Lieutenant Stoneman finally gave up. catching some of the supplies and discarding others that had become badly water damaged. He did float the empty platform the rest of the 20 or so miles to the Colorado crossing near present-day Yuma. Holy moly. Lieutenant Stoneman's career doesn't appear very promising at this point. In spite of this ill-fated events in Stoneman's first military expedition, Colonel Cook, upon arrival at San Diego, said, "I am indebted to Lieutenant Smith and Stoneman for valuable assistance, particularly in directing the pioneers, the Mormons." Stoneman was stationed at the Presidio in San Francisco from 1848 to 1852 and took part in campaigns against Indians in California, Oregon, and Arizona. In 1853, he escorted a survey party from California to San Antonio. The following year, he assisted Lieutenant John G. Park of the U.S. Topographical Engineers in scouting out a route along the 32nd parallel in southern Arizona. They settled on a trail just north of Chiricahua Mountains, which then became the Butterfield Overland Mail and Stagecoach route. Thus, by age 32, he had crossed Arizona 3 times. He was promoted to first lieutenant in 1854 and captain in 1855. Stoneman's next notable action was at Fort Brown, Texas, at the outbreak of the Civil War, where he gained fame by successfully refusing to surrender to Confederate troops. An appointment to Brigadier General of the Army of the Potomac came on August 14, 1861, and later to Major General. He was among the most noted of the cavalry leaders in the Union Army. And this is, if you care, this is General Stoneman right here. Kind of. That's better. There he is. Handsome. He kind of looks like he needs to eat a burger. Poor guy. After the war, let's see. Let me see. Did I read that already? No. Okay. So that's General Stoneman during the Civil War. Thank you, Miss Joy X, for all the emojis. So after the war, he was returned to his regular Army rank of colonel, and in August 1869 was appointed to be the first military commander of Arizona Territory by President U.S. Grant. His headquarters were at Fort Whipple near Prescott. While here he was active, leaving his name on other landmarks such as Stoneman Lake. See, that's the lake. Okay, so that was because of him. Oh, okay. So, such as Stoneman Lake near Flagstaff and the Stoneman Grade, a 5-mile wagon road west of Globe intended to connect with the infantry camp on the top of Picket Post Butte. In July of 1870, Arizona Governor Safford invited Stoneman to attend a meeting of leading citizens of Prescott and government officials. At that session, Stoneman pledged to rid the state of the Indian threat. Okay. In late August of 1870, Colonel Stoneman took an extended tour of the major Arizona Army posts, and by late September, he reached Fort McDowell when the post was established in 1865. Its link to civilization was by wagon road, following the approximate route of the present Bee Line Highway, southwest from Fountain Hills. Huh. That's like right in my backyard, guys. This connected McDowell to the Salt River Valley, where Phoenix would later be established on and on to either California or Fort Whipple. As the Army's presence grew in Arizona, there was a need for frequent travel between posts. Fort Whipple near Prescott served as Army's headquarters, but not to go from Whipple to McDowell. But to go from Whipple to McDowell required travel through Phoenix, then back northeast. In the late 1860s, scouting parties of cavalrymen from McDowell followed ancient Indian trails that led from the Tonto Basin, the Mazatzals, and the Superstitions area, then northwest from the Verde in the Needle Rock area about 14 miles north of Fountain Hills. The soldiers found that the trails converged on excellent springs in the Cave Creek area. When Colonel Stoneman visited McDowell, he was advised of these trails, and troops here urged him to expand this more direct route so that it could accommodate wagons. Stoneman said he would scout the trail himself. Most of his parties took the regular road back through Phoenix and Wickenburg. So Phoenix, if you take the I-17, you run into a road called Carefree Highway, and this highway you head west, and it's about 40 miles? 40 miles down this highway, and it leads you right into Wickenburg. So Phoenix and Wickenburg to Whipple, but Stoneman and a small escort party took 2 ambulances, light wagons, and departed at 4 p.m. on October 1st of 1870, the first night they camped near what is now the intersection of Rio Verde Drive and 136th Street. The next day they managed to get to the Cave Creek Springs, and Stoneman decided that with concentrated effort, the trail could be made passable for heavier wagons. Soon both Whipple and McDowell troops. McDowell, I think that's a small town from here. I gotta ask my hubby. I've heard that before. Soon both Whipple and McDowell troops were building the road that passed through the present McDowell Mountain Regional Park. This shortcut saved about 18 miles and also gave travelers access to abundant water. This road was used regularly from 1870 to the date of McDowell's closing in 1890. It angled northwest from the Fort Crossing, today's McDowell Mountain Road, about 1/2 mile south of the entrance to the regional park. Maps of the park indicate the road's location, and some of the hiking trails intersect with it. In most places, the trail was in the sandy bottom of a major wash. In other areas, erosion and vegetation have obliterated the traces. So the road passed through this wash of McDowell Mountain Park, which doesn't show very much. It shows basically like a dried river wash. Is there water in there? I think that's just sand. But in and out of washes like these, it says, erosion and vegetation have obliterated the traces. So there's no more tracks, huh? In Cave Creek, one last clearly marked vestige of the road remains. A street named Military Road Skirts. The northern flank of the Black Mountain, just to the south and parallel to Cave Creek Road. Early residents there say this was part of the original road until very recently it was still a gravel street. In spite of his promises at the Prescott meeting in 1870, Stoneman did not pursue the Indians as many would have preferred. Though a decorated officer, this general was no personality kid. He was variously described as abrasive, tactless, and aloof. However, he treated both his friends and enemies evenly, and thus aroused the wrath of whites in Arizona when he furnished seed and farming tools as promised to the Apaches who came into the reservations. Until then, the pledges made to entice surrender were generally not kept. Stoneman was quoted as saying that the raising of crops here would consume more of the Indians' time and ingenuity than the raising of white scalps. Territorial Governor Safford finally traveled to Washington in 1871 and was able to persuade President Grant to remove him and send General Crook to Arizona. I think there's a highway called General Crook on the way to Verde Valley. Okay, that's why all these names are here. Stoneman retired from the Army August 16th of 1871 and moved to California. He settled on a ranch in the San Gabriel Valley. In 1872, he was appointed Railroad Commissioner of California and was elected to that office at the next general election. In 1882, he was nominated by the Democratic Party as their nominee for governor of the state. The Tombstone Weekly epitaph said on June 24th, 1882, the nomination of General Stoneman by the Democrats of California is a sure guarantee of a victory at the state election. His Army record is second to none. In him was combined the dash of Custer, the skill of Jeb Stuart, and the perseverance of General Sheridan. He was elected governor and served from January 1882 to January 1887. Stoneman passed in Buffalo, New York on September 5th of 1894. At 72 years of age, he can be remembered as a famous military person who left his mark on our area and our state. That is crazy. Fort McDowell. Where is this place? I keep hearing about it. Fort McDowell. I'll have to look later. Yeah, this is a really good book. Hey, teddy bear, muffin pie, sugar cakes, lollipops. How you doing? Good to see you. Cinnamon muffins. So I'm reading this book called Verde Valley Lore, and it's like my backyard. So I've been researching some petroglyphs recently and the meaning behind the symbols. And I saw in my research a recommendation to get this book. So I found it and I'm reading it now. It's very interesting because it talked about Stoneman Lake. And one day on the way to camping, I go camping up north by Flagstaff. Usually every summer around this time of year, actually, around Father's Day. I think Father's Day is coming up. And anyways, usually I'm already there or I'm there around Father's Day. And on the way there is an exit off of the route there to Flagstaff is an exit called Stoneman Lake, and I'm like, what the heck is that? So one day I told my hubby about it, and one day we just left and drove there, and actually drove all the way out there. It is a big lake, and on one curvature side of the lake, which is maybe the east side of the lake, there's like 7 houses, but didn't look very like anybody was home. Looked like they were all snowbirds, right? And it's a private entry into the whole place, but you can still go and sit by the lake and not bother the residents there. So before the gate is an actual entrance to park and then walk down to the lake, and you can have a picnic. There's bathrooms there and a few tables, but it's no trespassing towards the residential area. So anyways, that's Stoneman Lake. Now it's like, why do they call it Stoneman Lake? Well, now I know. So in this book, it just told me why. So kind of cool. I need to get something to drink. I'll be right back. All right. So I just refilled my cup with some nice mango juice. So this is really interesting. These stories here in this book. The Montezuma one, that was interesting, where that kid was sold to a family for $30 and later became a doctor, and then came back to Arizona to leave some landmarks with his name on it. So interesting. So, you know, there was all sorts of people of different races and ethnicities that were sold, and it wasn't just one specific race. It happened to a lot of different races of humans. So there's just proof of one of them that I've come across. And for $30 back then, that had to have been a ton of money. A ton of money. A ton of money. You might do a panel live soon with the Camoto. That's cool. Teddy bear muffin pies, sugar cakes, lollipops. He does panels on his channel. Go check him out. He likes to scratch tickets, lottery tickets. I mean, they talk about everyday life too and different things, ticket statistics and odds and things like that. Stuff that's going on around the world. And once in a while, you'll catch him playing some interesting background music, or should I say, just sounds. so, some pretty uh, interesting music in the background. Do you still do that, Teddy Bear? Whenever actually Teddy allowed me to come on the panel because I happen to have 5 scratchers tickets, since his channel is about scratching tickets and other stuff. He allowed me on the panel to scratch like live, so it was kind of cool. What did I win? $6 that day, something like that. $6. And the only reason why I bought those tickets because I watched him scratch them. I'm like, if they're in Florida, they got to be here in Arizona. And sure enough, we just recently went to on a train ride, and we stopped in Cottonwood, and there was a cute little store where I saw a ghost, and I bought some lotto tickets there, which was interesting. In the corner of my eye, there was a man standing there, older man. I just knew he was older, and he was standing to the right of me, and I thought he was waiting to pay, and I was talking to the cashier, so I stepped aside to allow him because that's how I felt that he was there, and I saw him in my peripheral vision. Anyways, I stepped aside to allow him to pay, and when I turned to my right and looked, there was nobody there, and I'm like, all right, you got a ghost. He's right there. And he goes, yeah. He did confirm that the employees had seen a ghost back in the coolers during their shifts. So I said, well, he's not a bad one because he's just curious, just patiently was waiting there because I could feel all that. It's weird. But anyways, that's where I bought the tickets. Hey, Jenna, how you doing? Your strawberry pink cherry pie Eskimo moist snow babe. Jenna, how are you doing? Good to see you. Aw, so cute. I'm not wearing my fur today because it's 84 out, and I can't get the room cold enough to be comfortable in that furry hat, my Eskimo hat. Right now, I do have my scarf though, my furry scarf that I could put on for a little bit. If you guys want flashing lights and oohs and ahs. My cat's in the window looking at me. He's reminding me that I need to give him a treat. He's so cute. He kept tapping on me. I was in the studio earlier today, and he kept tapping on me. I let him in for a little bit, and he just kept tapping and tapping at me. Like, what do you want? And he's never that adamant with just a treat. It's mainly when he's hungry. And he just kept standing up and tapping me on on my arm. Just kept tapping me. So I went inside and grabbed his food, and sure enough, he got all excited, and that's what he wanted. He was hungry. Uh, Teddy bear, muffin pie, sugar cakes, lollipops says, "Hello, Jenna. You sent her here? Aw. Thanks for coming by, Jenna. Nice to see you." Ted didn't have a girlfriend. I'd be writing. Jenna. Jenna. Oh my god. Oh my god. I almost read all that. I gotta be careful. I gotta read stuff in my mind first. These two. Oh my god. They're a hoot though. They're funny. Um, so the next chapter, it says dreams shattered on the Verde. I wonder what happened. Would you guys like to hear? Would you like me to continue? These are just like 2 pages each chapter. They're so easy to read and so interesting because, this is the history of where I live now, and I've never actually dove this deep into history where I've lived. In Boise, I didn't really have time too much. And there's still a lot of stuff I didn't even learn out there. I did know about the Snake River. I didn't know about the history of it, why it was called that. I lived very, very comfortably, and I was very happy there, though. But here, since I don't really leave unless I go camping or kayaking or in the fifth wheel. I have time to sit down and learn about the history around here. Teddy Bear has a girlfriend now, Miss Jenna. Yes, thank you, Nightbot. Channel members and subscribers, thank you all very much for your support. Always appreciate you all, and thanks again. Hi, Josie. How you doing? Happy weekend to you. Happy Sunday. So I'm going to go ahead and read this chapter because I'm actually excited to hear about what dreams are shattered on the Verde. The Verde is the river, the green river, and it is green. It does look, it flows and it looks green. And all alongside it is just abundance of vegetation and trees, cottonwoods, and bunch of big like Arizona maples and big tall trees. And they actually the cottonwoods release those little puff balls that float in the air that make it all look all magical. In storybooks, you see like in some movies, these things floating around in the air in other countries, but that happens here. With the cottonwoods do that when the breeze picks up and blows those little babies off the tree. You get those floating things, looks like floating snow. It is messy, but it's beautiful to experience. So there's good. You got to look at the good and the bad. So I really appreciate it. Josie says, "Hello, everybody." Jenna says, "You're a hot catch, but luckily you're taken." Miss Joyax is saying, "Wee!" with the mic emoji. So this next chapter is dreams. Is called "Dreams Shattered on the Verde." So a series of letters and affidavits dating from 1877 to 1906 tell a haunting tale of intrigue and conflict swirling in and around Fort McDowell. The story begins with 1834 with the 1834 birth of Patrick Waite in Ireland. He immigrated to the U.S., joined the Union Army in 1855, and married Annie Dowling in June of 1863. Patrick was captured in Texas during the Civil War and became a prisoner for 22 months in Libby Prison at Richmond, Virginia. He and others finally escaped by using their hands and improvised tools to dig a tunnel under the fence. White stayed in the army and became an expert wheelwright, a wagon maker, and a repairman. Annie worked as post-hospital matron at a salary of $20 a month. See, $20 a month, and that kid was sold for $30. That was a lot of money. So, $20 a month. Jeez. At army posts in Wyoming and California. She also did laundry and ironing for the officers and their families. They were assigned to Fort McDowell in 1874, at which time they had 4 children. In 1875, the whites began building up a dairy herd, paying $100 each for milch cows. They supplied provisions to the fort, receiving 10 cents a quart for milk, 50 cents a pound for butter, and 50 cents a dozen for eggs. Wow. I like that how it gives you how much stuff cost back then. 10 cents for a quart of milk, 50 cents for a pound of butter. A pound. They were pushing out a lot of stuff back then. Pound of butter. 50 cents for a dozen of eggs. When Patrick was discharged in 1876, after more than 21 years of service, they rented a house 2 miles east of the post and continued to furnish produce to the soldiers. Later that year, they bought from a Mr. Revis the water rights to 160 acres of land on the west bank of the Verde River. In August of 1877, Patrick was hired to continue his duties at McDowell, only now as a civilian, at a salary of $125 a month. At the time they acquired the 160 acres of land, there was a question whether it was inside the military reservation. In February of 1877, Annie White wrote Captain Corliss, then commander of the post, requesting permission to build a house and place 60 head of cattle on the property. Captain Corliss replied that he had no control over the land since it was outside the reservation. At a cost of $200, they surveyed to determine if their land could be irrigated from the Verde. They planned to bring water into the canal heading just below Needle Rock and bring it 3 miles downstream along the west bank to intersect with a portion of the ancient canals cut into the river's sandstone bank by the Hohokam. In 1877, they heard of the Desert Land Act, which allowed them to claim 640 acres of land. Really? Desert Land Act. 640 acres of land. They exercised this claim publicly on a section of land just north of their 160 acres. They also posted notices on trees at the site claiming rights to 1,000 miners' inches of water. As subsequent events were to prove, they apparently did not file the appropriate claims with the land office in Florence. The whites were enthusiastic about their future. Patrick had a stable income from his civilian duties at the fort, and they knew there was a good market for the crops and meat they would produce from their irrigated land. Annie White's brother-in-law, James Carroll, came here with his family in August of 1878 to help with the canals. When he arrived in San Francisco, he telegraphed Fort McDowell to tell the Whites that he would take the train to Yuma, but asked how he should proceed from there. Annie later wrote that she talked to the Captain Summerhays and he arranged for Carroll to walk here from Yuma with a group of Army recruits. Dang, that's a long freaking way. This officer was the husband of Martha Summerhays. who wrote the widely acclaimed book Vanished Arizona. Ooh, there's another book, guys. There's another book. I need my highlighter. I gotta look up that book. Okay, 7 men worked nearly full time for a year on the irrigation project. This ditch was about 5 feet deep but buried to accommodate the needy gravity flow. Lumber was used for construction of flumes to bridge the washes coming into the Verde from the west. In 1878, the whites built a small house 1/2 mile north of the fort's north boundary. It had large rocks for the foundation, with adobe walls, a roof of mesquite limbs, and saguaro ribs overlain with brush and straw, and roughly plastered with mud, very similar to the early structures at McDowell. Mexicans and friendly Indians helped them with the construction. Things were going well for the whites. Livestock numbers had grown, as had the numbers of acres cleared for crops. The white ditch, as it was then called, had been extended in a sweeping semicircle southwest from the river, then back to the west and north, opening more acres to irrigation. By early 1878, more than 100 acres of land had been cleared and planted. There were 60 acres of corn, 40 acres of barley, and some potatoes and cabbage. These crops were harvested in November. By now, over 200 acres had been cleared and they were planted to wheat and barley. Barley soup, cabbage soup. Oh, life on the frontier was hard but satisfying. The whites were making plans for obtaining clear title to the land and expanding their sales of livestock and crops beyond Fort McDowell. But trouble was approaching. Oh no. Is that why it's called Dreams Shattered on the Verde? Okay. In 1879, Whites was fired from his McDowell job by the post commander, Captain Chaffee. Is it another Jaffe? A Jaffe? It's Chaffee. Chaffee. Captain Chaffee. Chaffee. On a charge of drunkenness, a completely false claim, according to the whites, and confirmed by a number of affidavits later filed on their behalf. His former commanding officer wrote about him. I knew Patrick White as an intelligent man beyond the ordinary soldier and always a perfect gentleman. The whites apparently maintained good relations with other post officers, for they sold 52 tons of hay and some wheat and barley to McDowell during the early parts of 1880. In July of 1880, Captain Chaffee charged that the whites' hogs had damaged a neighbor's irrigation ditch. Where'd they get hogs from? Where did the hogs come in? When? Were they javelinas? Okay, so the hogs damaged the neighbor's irrigation ditch. My goodness. A McDowell officer, Lieutenant Kendall, placed a stake by the side of White's Ditch 1/2 mile north of their house. This stake was placed about 1 mile north of the present reservation line. On July 20th, Chaffee wrote the whites to tell them they were on Fort McDowell property, and that the stake placed was the north boundary of the military reservation. He gave them 30 days to move. What was this guy's deal? Could he have been jealous and wanted to step in on their territory and do what they were doing? And that doesn't sound right. False accusations of him being drunk. Okay, sounds like a easy way to get someone kicked out of his position really quick. The setup. So, just 11 days later, a detail of 12 soldiers and Lieutenant Kendall visited their house, removed their 7 children and household goods, put them in the desert near the present Rio Verde Ranch site, and burned the house. What the F? That is not cool. The children were helpless until Other soldiers, hearing of their plight, took blankets and food to them. When the home was burned, Annie was on her way to Prescott to challenge the notice they had received and to ask for intervention by the territorial governor. Patrick was upstream working on their canal. Oh, remember in the beginning of this chapter, they didn't file all the proper paperwork. Remember that? So maybe that guy knew, and he knew he had the upper hand on them. He went as far as burning their house down. Jeez. Okay, so the Whites had expected to obtain a homestead grant for the 160 acres, where they had purchased water rights and a desert land title to 640 acres directly north. They also expected to solidify their claim to the Verde water. The family had 6 horses, 3 donkeys, 65 hogs. 65, that's a lot of bacon, guys. Oh my God, that's so much bacon. There's so much bacon. 300 chickens and 280 cattle. Oh my God, I was up what was it, 4 a.m. The not this morning. I think it was 2 days ago. I went to bed real late again. I went outside to check on the sprinkler system because it irrigates before dawn. And I was out there and I could hear roosters crowing. And I was like, this is so weird. Okay, 300 chickens and 280 cattle. Their livestock scattered at the time. Their livestock scattered at the time their home was burned. Aww. The Apaches and McDowell soldiers helped themselves to the abandoned animals. What the F? All were lost. They had so much food. 65 hogs. That's a lot of pork and chicken and beef. That's a ton. Gosh. A month later, the White's brother-in-law, Mr. Carroll, and his family were thrown out of their house, and it was also burned. What the F? Okay, Annie later wrote, Patrick was crazed from this event. He never again was in his right mind. Shortly after this, the Whites, now penniless and living in Tempe, applied to the War Department for compensation for their loss, but were again told they were on military property. In 1881 and again in 1883, Captain Chaffee accused White of selling whiskey to the Indians, but in each case he was cleared, once by a jury and the second time by a judge without trial. At this time, he accused Annie White of having operated a house of ill repute at their ranch site, a claim that was vigorously denied, and affidavits supporting the Whites were signed by reputable citizens employed at the fort. In retrospect, the claim seems ludicrous since at the time there were 7 children in the White household, aged 5 months to 14, and the home in which they were living was about 12 by 20 feet with a lean-to shed on one side. Arizona Territorial Governor Zulick asked Colonel Bevins to travel from Phoenix to McDowell to investigate the incident. Bevins reported to Zulick that he found the ruins of the houses to be clearly off the reservation and that I consider it to be a cowardly and outrageous act. When the post was abandoned by the military and later designated as an Indian reservation, an appropriation of $50,000 was made by Congress to buy out the claims of persons who had settled or squatted on their land. Investigator Frank Reed ruled that the White's house and land was not on the reservation, therefore was not entitled to be settled from the $50,000. Thus, each branch of government refused responsibility for opposite reasons. In 1914, Annie White, in a sworn statement, listed their monetary losses as $23,375. The House of Representatives considered restitution in House Bill 257, introduced by Arizona Representative Carl Hayden, but it was not granted. At this time, Annie stated that while they were in good financial circumstances at the time of the loss of their property, for which she seeks compensation, she is now in her old age without means and dependent on others for support. Later, a claim of 22,000 was introduced in Senate Bill number 1205, 60th Congress, but without sufficient backing, this did not come to a vote. Annie White became known around Washington as the woman with the black bag, as she tirelessly pressed her case during the early years of this century. In spite of her efforts, Annie was never able to get anyone to admit responsibility for the behavior of the soldiers on that forceful day in 1880. That's messed up. That's really messed up. Who was to blame? The file shows some evidence that Lieutenant Kendall wanted White out of his civilian job at the post so that he could appoint his own man. The Army may have had other reasons for some of their actions, though none was offered. Surely no excuse can be imagined for the violent acts of arson and property destruction they caused. So it has two photos here. One is describing on the left only a slight depression, small pieces of metal, and large foundation stones remain at the site of the White's house. And the second photo next to it, this is a remaining portion of an ancient Hohokam canal carved into the Verde bank and likely also used by the Whites. So let me show you guys that. So this is the picture. Let me get this up better. So this is where is it? This is where the Whites property or the house was at, right here. Right here. And then over here is the canal dug by the Hohokam to transport water. I think it's right here. Where is it at? Right there. Sorry, I can't. So right there. Right. Stupid finger. Stupid finger. It's from up here to down that right there. Susie, you're doing a horrible job with your book. See it? This is probably a little better. Sorry about that. Okay. So the White home site is located just a few yards west of the west bank of the Verde and about 1/2 mile north of the reservation fence. Just a few yards west of the west bank of Verde and about 1/2 mile north of the reservation fence. Only traces of the Carroll house remain farther from the river and just north of the reservation boundary. As a closing of the loop, the White's great-grandson, John Mischek, and his wife, Nancy, of Massachusetts, visited Arizona to research this part of the family history. They were directed to this author who knew the house ruins. Together we visited the site, and subsequently they have provided the documentation for this poignant story, combining hopes and sorrow on the banks of the Verde 4 generations ago. Oh, now the next chapter is going into Captain Sheffy. Captain Sheffy. So, what do you guys think so far? That was quite devastating. What a flourishing family business that's just in minutes all ended because this one guy wanted to hire his buddy and get this guy out of there. This messed up. This pretty messed up, don't you think? I think it is very messed up. So I told you guys the next time that I was going to go live that I was getting a new camera. So this is a new camera. I have resigned the old camera to other functions of my lives. So probably I'll be using it for my gaming. And you'll barely see me in the gaming lives anyways. It's like a little picture in the corner. It's small. So that camera is kind of fuzzy, but you could still see. But anyways, yeah, I got a new camera. So the next chapter, we're already going on 4 hours. If you guys are enjoying these stories so far, hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. So the next chapter is called The Two Faces of Captain Sheffy. The drama and excitement 120 years ago in the Verde Valley wasn't only about Indian wars. The previous chapter told of an apparent injustice committed by Captain Sheffy while he was commander of Fort McDowell in the late 1870s. The military record of Adna Ramanza Chaffee tells a completely different story. Which one is correct? We may never know. Research into both sides of this bizarre series of events is instructive, for it shows how one's perception of a person can be changed depending on the reporting source. Born in April 1842, Adna was one of 12 children, my goodness, of Mr. and Mrs. Truman Sheffy of Orwell, Ohio. His mother was a school teacher and his father was a farmer. He was an original member of the 6th Ohio Cavalry and served with that unit for 25 years. Early in his career, he was promoted to sergeant, then to lieutenant for his actions during Stoneman's raid. The same man responsible for Stoneman Military Road here. He saw action in 54 Civil War battles, including the Peninsula Campaign and Antietam, Fredericksburg, and Gettysburg. He was wounded 3 times and cited for bravery twice. I'll show you a picture of Sheffy, a major in 1888. After the war ended, he was posted to Austin, Texas, where he was quartermaster of a camp there. He decided to leave the service to enter business for himself and resigned his commission. His superiors, even Secretary of War Stanton and General U.S. Grant, intervened to persuade him to remain. He did, and was again cited for bravery twice, this time for his actions in Texas during the Indian Wars. For the next 15 years, he commanded troops that battled Indians in Kansas, Oklahoma, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona. Although noted as a ferocious fighter, he could be compassionate. At one agency, he counted 4,300 Indians imprisoned in an area equipped for 1,120 persons and insisted upon a change. He was reported as being tireless in his efforts to replace what he felt were incompetent and dishonest Indian agents on the early reservations. From the late 1878 to 1882, he served as a commander at McDowell, with a few short breaks on 6 occasions while he was temporarily assigned elsewhere. Well, here he was in charge of troops who fought in the Battle of Big Dry Wash, widely known as the last major battle with the Apaches in Arizona. This engagement took place just northeast of the present location of Strawberry. Okay, yeah, that's on the way to Payson, guys. That's not too far from where I was camping. Chaffee was cited for gallantry in this encounter. So I'm going to show you Chaffee, what he looks like. Where is it? Stupid. This is Chaffee. That's Chaffee. Okay. That's Chaffee. So, and the sign next to him to the right Says historic landmark, General Chaffee Memorial Park, Orwell, TWP. Okay, so, and then on the next page it shows his house. Captain Chaffee, home at Fort McDowell. Following his time at McDowell, he commanded Fort Huachuca in southern Arizona for a short time. The The Chaffee Parade field there is named in his honor. In the late 1880s, he served in New Mexico and Utah. With the promotion to major coming in mid 1888, he was appointed acting inspector general of the Army's Department of Arizona in the early 1890s. Then to a similar position in Colorado. He was later at Fort Leavenworth and Fort Riley in Kansas. Chaffee served in the Spanish-American War as a brigadier general and later became chief of staff in Havana. After the war ended, he then asked to command troops in China, where they marched to the relief of Americans in Peking during the Boxer Rebellion. He served as military governor of the Philippine Islands. His immediate predecessor there was Major General Arthur MacArthur, father of Douglas MacArthur. During this time, President Theodore Roosevelt wrote him, "Believe me, my dear General, I feel very safe about the Philippines while you command our troops there." In 1904, Chaffee was promoted to the highest grade in the Army at that time, Lieutenant General, and was appointed as Chief of Staff, only one of only two men to achieve that status without having graduated from West Point. He retired in 1906 after over 44 years of service. He became chairman of the board for the Los Angeles Public Works. Dang, this guy got around. Holy moly. And was in direct control of the early construction of aqueducts by which Los Angeles could receive water from the Sierra Nevada mountains. So that's where the redwoods are at, guys. The big, tall giants. These actions were recently publicized in the book Cadillac Desert and the PBS series with the same name. Chaffee died in Los Angeles in November of 1914 and was buried in Arlington Cemetery with highest honors. The above recitation confirms that he was a military hero and a success have caused such an anomaly as the burning of the White and Carroll House and the treatment of white children and livestock. For insight into these questions, we can only turn to what has been written about the personal side of Chaffee. Written reports of his boyhood and military career use terms such as disciplined, thoroughness, skillful, courageous, and full of energy. In describing him, a subordinate officer wrote, "Wherever the fire was thickest, he strolled about unconcernedly, a half-smoked cigar between his teeth and an expression of exceeding grimness on his face. Throughout the day, he set the most inspiring example to his men, and that he escaped unhurt was a miracle." Tom Horn, the subject of a chapter in this book, said, Chaffee in a fight can beat any man swearing I ever heard. He swears by ear and by note in a common way, and by everything else in a general way. An Indian would expose himself, and Chaffee would swear and yell, "Shoot, you damned idiots! What do you suppose I gave you ammunition for? To eat?" His men respected him. General Lawton, his commander in the Spanish-American Wars, said to him, "I consider General Chaffee one of the best practical soldiers, and I shall recommend him for special distinction for successfully charging the Stone Fort in Cuba, the capture of which practically ended the battle." The New York Herald said when he was named Chief of Staff, "Chaffee is just a plain fighting man, no courtier soldier. No courtier soldier, but he but a grim warrior and bulk of whose life has been spent in hard service on the frontier. Oh, they forgot the S. He's but a grim soldier, and the bulk of whose life has been spent in hard service on the frontier. The Apaches spoke of him in terms of respect. They said he was very severe in his notions, but a just and honest man, and harsh only with those who persisted in making, selling, or drinking tiswin, the native alcoholic drink. The conclusion this writer makes is that Captain Chaffee, when at McDowell, was all the things people said about him, and that he was determined to impose strict discipline on all actions taken by his troops. Probably he and Patrick White disagreed violently about something. We'll never know just what it was. Perhaps Lieutenant Kendall, who was subsequently accused by White of other misdeeds, decided to gain favor with Chaffee by violently carrying out the threats made in the letter to the Whites. The White family documented hint docu- the White family documents hint there may have been bad feelings between the Whites and Kendall before the injustice of the home burnings. It may be explained as a clash of wills with the violent ending that Chaffee did not envision. Clearly, he had the determination and the power to emerge the winner in this conflict on the Verde that was never reported in the effusive descriptions of this many distinguished military actions. That guy got around. My gosh. Ooh, a ghost town. This talks about Tucson. Uh, that's awesome. I mean, that wasn't cool what he did to the White family, burning down the house. But if he seriously thought that they were illegally built on military property, I could see how where the burning would come from. You know, you do what you have to do for as you're told, or as the rules go according to the military. It's very strict, and this is if it's still the way it is, the way it was then, as it is today. You There's no whining. There's no like you don't. You're told to do something, you better do it, and if not, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble or hurt really bad. So that's from what I understand about how things are in the military, and it's a crime against your country, kind of stuff like that. So you better do what you're told. But back then, it may have been slightly more lenient, but their houses got burnt down. At least he pulled the kids out. If that was, if what he did, he thought he was doing in his mind was right, according to the military. He at least pulled the kids out. It didn't burn the kids in the house. That would have been really bad. But still, if he believed that the house was on the property that shouldn't have been on, I could see that burning the house down would have taken care of that problem very quickly, up in smoke. But still, it doesn't justify that the house, it turned out not to be on reservation, military property. Kind of lost in the translation there, but I think it was the reservation. It was like 100 feet from the reservation, something like that. But then him doing that to kind of ruin the guy to get his buddy in. I don't know. So kind of messed up. But that guy ended up doing a lot of stuff. General, Colonel, what was he? Chaffee. I wonder how that's really said, how it's pronounced. Chaffee is a major in 1888. Huh. So what do we got? The next chapter is called Maryville. Maryville, our ghost town. I'm gonna take a break for a little bit because I keep getting keep, the moon is not full anymore, but I feel pressure. I wonder if a low pressure system is coming in. So, how's everybody's weekend going so far? Hopefully, it's going good. I'll probably be doing a game stream here pretty soon. I'll have to bring my computer inside. That I've been working on all of that, how it's supposed to look, and all that, getting all that together. It's gonna be different. But I just got this book today, and I ordered it like 3 or 4 days ago, and I've been waiting for it to come. But the cover of the book looks like this. Let me make it bigger. So it looks like this. So it says Rich Pieces of History, Marshall Trimble, Arizona State historian. Robert Mason is I think the person who wrote the book. But it's called Verde Valley Lore. And when I ordered this book, I actually didn't even think I was going to get this cover that was coming with it because of the price. But it actually came, and it's the person who had this prior actually took really good care of it. Probably just sat on his. He probably read it. He or she read it once, and it sat on their shelf. But in the front of it, it says Todd Good Writing, Bob Mason. So just in cursive right here in the front, it says that. And that's the only thing that was done in this book so far since I've been reading it. There hasn't been any other writing, but in the description it said may have writing in it. It may have highlighted words in there, but it's in a very, very good condition. I'm not trying to resell this for $1 billion, but the reading is good, and it's about the history in the area where I live. So, it even explains about the mountains and everything, how the mountains were created, what they believe, and the volcanic activity. Recently, I heard here in Arizona that they found some fissures that were opening in parts of the land. I don't know exactly where, but they said that it's coming from developments that are being built, and the vast amounts of pumping of water from underground, and it's caused, and the water isn't being put back as fast as they're pumping it, so it's causing pockets underneath the soil in the earth, and so fissures are forming, so collapsing of the topsoil is falling in some places. And also recently I've learned that it's not very noticeable in a whole lot of places. I don't know exactly where, but you don't see it on the news, so it's not happening here in the city. But this is why I really appreciate like monsoon season, is because we get a ton of rain. It literally floods here, and I love it because all that water, it gets put right back into the dirt, right back to the what do they call those? They called aquifers, not aquifers. The water underneath, back to the water table. So it's nice. Plus, you get a bunch of stuff start growing, and it only takes a few days for seeds to germinate out here because you got the perfect temperatures, plenty of light, and sunshine to grow everything. So apparently there's a ghost town called Maryville. There's a lot of ghost towns out here too. When the mining was booming, a lot of silver was pulled out of here, silver, or copper, and you brought in so many workers to come work the mines. Well, you needed housing for them, so they had to have housing. So that's where you get the little ghost towns. Ghost towns were created usually around the time where mining was booming, and when they abandoned them when the mines went dry, when there was nothing more to mine. And you get these old looking saloon buildings. So you had to have somewhere to relax, to visit with friends, and you had probably a hotel in the town, depending on how big the mining was. They had to establish a market, a saloon, a hotel, a store, stables, and whatever, housing, some kind of housing. Hey, Stuart, how you doing? How you doing, brother? So it's almost noon at your place. How you doing? So I'm just talking about. I bought this book, Stuart. It's called Arizona Verde Valley Lore, and it so happens that this is the area where I went camping last summer. And I've heard history from people out there already, but not at the depth of this book. So there's like a lot of things that were addressed in this book that I was curious about, and kind of neat. Just really, really cool. Cool stuff. History about the area I live in. But it's very, very nice. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying the history. And if you have any kind of curiosity, I would love to hear about the Magellan Rim too, what the history is in there. I wonder if let me check what is it, the contents. If you talk about the Magellan in here, I definitely want to learn about the Magellan Rim. So I'm at two faces of Captain Sheffy, but I skipped Old MacDowell Had a Wait, no, didn't I read Old MacDowell Had a Farm? Carlos Montezuma. I read that one. These are quick chapters. They're really literally a couple pages. No, I didn't read Old MacDowell Had a Farm. I skipped that one. So, McDowell Reno Military Road, Al Sieber, Arizona's first Scoutmaster, Tom Horn, Good or Bad, and then Box Bar Ranch, the P Bar Ranch, Verde Cattle and Cattlemen, Sheep and Their Bridges, and the Rio Verde Canal. So, the first chapter, Aztlan, Arizona's capital, was very intriguing. I wish there was a little more information on that, but it gave a lot of information actually, but in a few pages. And I'll have to find another historian's book about that. There has to be some more information about that. So I would love to learn more about that. You're okay? You had you had a thunderstorm here? The link should be in there. Is it still in there? Oh, the wet one? Yeah, I've been researching for a couple of days, so I haven't been in anybody's channel. I kind of explained that in the beginning of this live. I've been doing a lot of research, so when I research, I'm not on the computer. Well, I was using the computer, but I'm not on YouTube. When I dive into my research, you won't see me. You won't see me anywhere. Let me see. Here's the link. If you want to pop in. But yeah, if you want to talk about this kind of historical stuff, Stuart, yeah, you're more than welcome to come up. It's just kind of interesting. The garbage mounds. So I saw something recently about that they found evidence that a lot of Arizona, this area was covered under the ocean, and you could kind of see that too in the rocks, how smooth they are and stuff. The Scottish one.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
Good. How are you? Oh, that's right.
Oh, how am I? Tired, but oh, yesterday was good.
Yeah.
I had a bolt of lightning right above my head,
Nice.
and the crack of thunder after it was just, oh man, all my hairs on my body stood up.
Oh, it wasn't far away from you.
It was right on top of me, and I was outside at the time.
Hmm.
Uh,
Did you
I
just pop
rode.
in?
Pardon?
Did you just pop in to the channel
What to do? What today?
right now? Did you just find the channel and pop in my live?
I was scrolling through YouTube.
So when you said hi, you just came in then, right? So I've been
Yeah.
reading a book. I've been reading out of a book for the past 4 hours, talking about
Wow.
talking about Arizona history and petroglyphs and history, bunch of history stuff. I was just wondering how much you heard.
I will give you watch over Susie, and I will
Well,
replay it.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just wondering if you just popped in. I could catch you up to what I've been doing.
But yeah, thunderstorm yesterday.
Hmm.
Cleaned 3 drains to try and help disperse water.
Oh, they got clogged, huh? Yeah, that happens.
Uh huh.
Yeah, all the debris, huh?
One of them had an Oreo packet on it, along with leaves and twigs and whatnot.
Hmm.
Um, so that was the first one. Helped clean someone else's drain. Well, it's just street drains. She had like a pronged fork for like gardening. I was like,
Yeah,
that's no use. You need to like use your hands. So basically, um, got rid of like leaves that were stuck to the grate of the drain, and then I got down further towards like the 4-way junction that's at the bottom of the road,
hmm,
and cleaned out the first one I came to. Um, there was actually nothing wrong with it because I think it was just a volume of water. Um, and then I crossed over the road, tried to get another one unblocked, but with the amount of water that was there, it wouldn't disappear. I was like, oh, come on, what's the matter with you? So I
hmm.
crossed over the road again to the other drain that was across the road from, let's say, it's a 4-way street. So I seen another drain, and I was like, right, let's have a look at this one. It was a plastic bottle, mud, leaves, and twigs, and I was like, oh man, please spare me. So I just basically put it all on the pavement. I went, well, that's not my rubbish. The, whoever's on bin duty can pick it up either today, well, tomorrow, or meaning today, or Monday, whoever. This is I'm busy cleaning drains, so there's a pavement that's up the road from me on the main road.
Mhm.
That got washed out. The asphalt bubbled up from the amount of rain water, basically disintegrated the pavement. So I lifted the asphalt up that was on the pavement to save somebody tripping over it. So that was rather interesting to see.
Was it raining while you were clearing out these clogged drains?
The rain stopped by that time, but if you watch it's on a live stream, but if you watch the thing from yesterday, there's a road at the shop where I go shopping.
Yeah.
There's a drain up from there. Well, the whole manhole cover got blown up. And there must have been between 3 to 4 feet of water coming out that drain, running along the road, and then it just it's like a three-way junction. And on one side you've got a hill going down, and then you've got like a sort. I wouldn't call it a hill, but you can see a decline in the road for going it's not much of a decline.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a hill going down one side, you've got a hill coming down the other, and then you've got this like level road, but you can see there's like a dip in it. Well, that was like a swimming pool yesterday, and then the water couldn't go anywhere, so I ended up going to a funeral director's car park, and there must have been at least 2 to 3 feet of water in that, easy. So that got flooded out yesterday. The shop that I was at, beside, like, if you go out the front entrance, there's like a little curb. You can actually see the curb. And then, of course, when the rain started, there was no curb. There was, it was like a swimming pool. And then I turned around and looked to my left. There's like a road where my uncle stays. So that's on a hill going down towards the shop. Well, that pathway was like a river yesterday.
Yikes.
And I said to one of my mates who works in the shop, I went, you got a brush? And he went, no, how? I says, I need a brush. He's like, is it coming at the shop? And I went, yeah. By that time I was like, my goodness. I mean, honestly, it was like a cloud burst. And I went, well, I'm not going anywhere at the moment. So I seen it kind of like ease off. I went, well, I can't stay here anymore, right? So I got to the first bus stop outside the shop, and I went, oh, here we go, great. I'll go in there and roll a cigarette, because I hadn't had a cigarette. So I thought, great, that'll be fine. No. I went, I don't like this one. I'm going to try and get to the bus stance. So YouTube took a 5-minute clip from when I was in the bus shelter, and I kid you not, somebody in the chat yesterday was like, are you in a car? I went, how could I be in a car when you've just seen me walk? I'm in a bus shelter, and it was like the raindrops were that heavy, bouncing off the roof of this thing, bouncing on the road, and it was like, man, where's this all going to go? So I took my hat off after having a cigarette. I took my hat off to try and cover my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, this will be fine. So I walked down the road, and honestly, both sides of the road were like a river.
Yikes.
So I came to the first one I came to, let's say the first one I came to was to a bridge, and I went, well, this is going to have to be like cleaned out. So I was like, I don't know where this water's going to go now since I've like opened up this drain. And then from there it was a case of seeing all the debris that was like flushed out from this pavement that was obliterated. I mean, there's a guy along from where my mum and dad stay. The water was actually up to his windowsill. Now he's on a ground floor flat. There's not much between the ground and his windowsill, and the water was at his windowsill because the drains couldn't handle the amount of volume of water that happened. You actually still seen later on that day when I took the dogs out for a walk of the wet line along the wall of the windows of the building. And I was like, my goodness. So yeah, scary stuff like.
Sure, you could have jumped in a kayak and just kayaked down the road.
Oh, I could have.
Cool.
I could have just. I mean, if it was a flatbed kayak, if you know what I mean. If it was a flat bottom kayak.
Sit on top. Usually those
Yeah, well, sit on
for the
top
most
thing,
part.
right? Basically,
Yeah.
if it was a flat bottom, I would have been kayaking no problem yesterday.
Oh my God, that's what people do here. Believe it or not, Stuart. Back in the other little towns where I used to live, Kingman, when the monsoons hit, the kids go out and they get their boats, their little kayaks, their paddle boards, their
Yeah.
wakeboards, you name it, and then they have fun with it.
Well, I was also,
"What's this?"
let's say, when the manhole up at the top end of the town, like beside the shop, well, behind the shop, I walked up towards that, and there was traffic coming down, and I was like, "Where's the police?" And there was like people in like low cars, right? So when I say a low car, you've got to like basically sit down. Well, basically you've got to crawl into it, right? I wasn't worried about the 4x4s or much, right? I wasn't worried about the 4x4s, but I was like the cars that are like low to the ground, like your Nissan Micras and whatever else. I don't know if you get them across there. You probably know what kind of cars I'm on about. The ones that are like low to the ground.
Yeah.
You got to crawl inside them, right?
Like
So I was at
lowriders.
so I was basically at the back of the shop yesterday, and I was actually directing traffic, and I said to them, says, "Look, if I were you, turn yourself around and head back the way you just came from." And I went, "Is it bad?" And it says, "Well, for your car, yeah." And it says, "If you've got a 4x4, it says it wouldn't be too bad. I mean, you'll get through that, no worries." I mean, there was a BMW that was like soaked up low to the ground and everything else, and it was like, "Oh, we'll just go down the hill to where this big puddle is." They didn't see it from like way back because you can't see down the hill. If you're going along at a level, you can't see what's going to be at the bottom until you're like over the roundabout looking down at it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he got on.
Yeah, that'll
But
come right in your
I mean,
doors.
yesterday was
Everything.
nuts. Yesterday was nuts. Wendy was in here on her own, and the building shook when she was in here on her own because I was out trying to get lunch, and of course I ended up getting lunch and then ended up trying to like do my part for the community because my mum, she put a comment up on the Breaking Community page, Facebook page. My mum's like, "Well, my son was out clearing drains to try and help." So
Well, yeah, if you're able to do something, I mean, that's the best thing to do is unclog those darn drains, and they make a world of difference.
well, I
It
made
prevents accidents. It prevents water logging into the homes. Water coming into the homes, and like businesses, like you said, and if it was it working? I mean, did it help?
Well, me clearing the
Clearing.
drains, yeah.
Yeah, huh? That's the
But
best thing you can do.
the problem with the one at the bottom of the road where I stay, right?
Hmm.
Because it's like basically from where I stay, you go across the road, across another road, then you turn a corner to go down another road. Well, at the bottom of that road, there's a four-way junction.
Hmm.
All the water wants to like basically back up towards a house that's on its own. But when if depending on the volume of water, the first drain that you come to coming down the way from the opposite street, if I had my what do you call it, snow shovel, I would have basically scooped the water from where I was standing to go
Hmm.
and try and divert it to the other drain that was already open
Uh-huh.
because there was that much standing water. But there's a burn that actually runs. When I say a burn, it's basically it's what it is. It's called a den burn. There's a burn that runs underneath the road. It runs underneath the shop that I shop at
Hmm.
on the street that's basically along the road from me, the opposite direction. Um, there's the den burn actually goes under the road. Well, the drain cover that was in the middle of the road that blew up. Basically, went along the road from me where I'm at the moment. That blew up. That always does when it starts pouring the rain because the volume of water can't. The burn the drainage system that burn sits in. I mean, it flows. It's constant flowing water. But when there's too much, the lid blows up to try and relieve the pressure that's inside this drain that this burn runs through.
Hmm.
The drainage system can't cope with it. And that's been since, I mean, olden times that was installed. Crazy.
Yeah.
It's outdated.
Yep. That can cause a lot of problems.
There was an incident, I think it was 2023 was the last time we had like deluge. We had 24 hours of solid rain, right? And
Hmm.
they said that this is basically 2 months of rain in 24 hours. That's how much rain that we got back in 2023. And the burn blew a lid by the same manhole. It was just there was nowhere for the water to go because even the river itself, where the water where this burn runs into, there's video footage on my channel as well as Facebook. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the river started coming over a wall onto River Street, where I take the dogs for a walk.
Hmm.
But the river started coming over that wall, and they were like,
Ooh.
"There's gonna be no way saving anything." And I was like, it was like panic stations. I was down there at 10 o'clock the previous night, and I got told to clear out of here. And the police came up to me and other people like, "Who sent you down here?" And I was like, "Well, I'm here to help." And he says, "There's nothing to really help with." It says the Coast Guard's here, which should be enough. Where it says this river's going to burst its banks and it's going to come over that wall. And I went, "Are you joking me?" And he went, "Nope, it's coming."
Yikes.
4 o'clock in the
Did,
morning, start seeing posts on Facebook
oh man.
of when it breached. It was like, no way. So yeah,
Did they have the shelter set up for everyone asked to leave their places, their homes?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
They were evacuated. Some people who were on top floor flats, they stayed.
Yeah.
because they were well above the water line. Um, they stayed. The majority of River Street was evacuated. Minton
Wow.
Park, Nursery Park, um, East Mill Road, they were all evacuated that were on the ground floor. People who were in like flats that stayed above, they were like, well, we're wanting out here too because if we need anything,
Hmm.
we can't get in, we can't go anywhere. So they're still repaying back for the damage of Storm Babbitt, which was in 2023. We had another storm in 2015 on the 30th of December, basically 5 days after Christmas. The river burst its banks again, and it didn't do as much damage as Babbitt, but it was enough to basically have the warning signs.
Hmm.
So they basically installed a brand new system in 2016. I think the final work was completed for a pump house to be added, and basically it's like a one-way valve. So any flooding that was on the street, this one-way valve would have just like opened up, and unfortunately the council or whoever was in charge of this pump house didn't turn the pumps on. They were setting it off. So this gentleman had his granddaughter turn up to this box. The guy was like looking at this machine because it's a pump house,
Hmm.
and the lassie just pushed a button and on it went. It took somebody who wasn't even qualified to just push a button to turn the thing on.
Unbelievable. They had one job.
One job to push one button, and they couldn't even do that. It took some young lassie to go beep. Oh, just press it here. So
Right.
when they turned it on, they said, well, we can't leave it on all the time. But what we can do is there's like a float system. Once this thing hits to a certain level, it'll kick in automatically to start the pump. So they've now got it set on that timer. So on this setting, so when there's that much water, this pump will kick in at a certain height. It's like
Hmm.
a float system, like if you know when you like use a toilet.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same thing, but you've got a float that sits in your toilet system.
Right. And the tank.
There's like a inside inside that water tank. There's like a float.
Hmm.
So when the water comes up, it'll switch off. Well, if there's no water, it's on. So it's like a reverse of one of them. Once the water level gets up to a certain level, this thing will kick in. So it's like a reverse system of one of them, which is pretty cool actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's say I had my earphones in yesterday and I took them out so people could hear the thunder. I mean, that crack of lightning that was right above my head, and I just saw it, and I went, "This is going to be loud," and then it just amplified thunder. I was
Oh.
like,
Oh
"Man,
my God. That reminds me when we were just in Arizona, Sedona, my hubby and I, and he was out there in the parking lot. I was sitting in the truck. I was trying to. Well, it started sprinkling, and I don't care if I get wet, but I just I wanted to sit in the truck and watch the clouds because there was lightning and the thunder was rolling in, and my, my hubby was out in the parking lot about probably 30 feet away from the truck, and he was just in the middle of the parking lot. And here comes this loud crackling through the clouds, and then all of a sudden, like I'm looking at the sky towards where he's at, and you could hear it crackling through, and then a huge boom, and then the
Mm-hmm.
lightning, and then I looked at him, and he's just like looking up at the sky with a cigarette, and I said, I rolled down his window, and I said, did you shit your pants? And I was laughing. He goes, he comes back to the truck after that, but it was literally above our heads. If I was standing out there with him, I would have probably yelled really loud, screamed. I would have ran to the truck. But he just stood there like nothing, like it was just every day, no clouds. And I was just like, I know you
I
crapped
think
your pants. I know you
the
did.
worst one I've been in. I think the worst I think the
That
worst
was
thunderstorm I've been in
that's
was when I was a
powerful
kid.
though. Yeah, that sounds like a really really
Hmm.
strong one. They're powerful.
I mean, I was
thunderstorm.
this thunderstorm that I remember when I was a child.
Oh.
Um, we went on a picnic to a very beautiful place.
Ooh.
Wendy's been up there with me. It's called Backwater Dam. You can actually Google
Mhm.
search this place. It's stunning. You don't get mobile phone signal. You do in places, but the majority of the time you don't. The provider of the network you're with as well. Well,
Mhm.
when I was a child, we went for a picnic, and I saw this little black cloud, and I kid you not, when I say little, I'm talking like the one that would probably be from like end to end of this house, right? And probably just as big,
Yeah.
right? Um, and it just sat there in the middle of the sky, minding its own business. And I looked up towards Loch Nagar, which is a mountain. It's not a loch; it's actually the name of a mountain. So I was looking up there, and I saw flash lightning. Well, basically sheet lightning, which is like a blanket, right? It just
Yeah.
like comes in flashes and then goes away again.
Hmm.
And I was curious. Like, well, why are we getting lightning when there's no thunder? So this lightning was just the sheet lightning was just like flashing all the time, and I was like, strange, no thunder. It was only until we were packing things away to get into the car to come back home. And I remember this as clear as day. At the car park, there used to be public toilets, right? For both men and women. Well, that public toilet was underneath a blanket of very large, tall trees. It was a forest.
Uh-huh.
That the trees were planted there for harvesting in time to come. Well, while this sheet lightning was all the way in the distance, I turned round and looked over my right shoulder, and I saw the biggest blanket of fork lightning I've ever seen above the
Ooh.
trees. Right above it, honestly, fork lightning just like spread right on top of the trees. Well, above the trees in the sky. Just like a blanket of fork lightning.
Uh-huh.
And my uncle said, I think it's time to go. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I was just a kid. I was like, yeah, let's look. I think we're going to have to head home. We just got in the car for coming home,
Hmm.
and the rain was literally bouncing off the car, bouncing off the road. And I went, are we ever going to get home? We got back to my hometown, because all of us stayed in the same town anyway.
Hey, Retro. Welcome in.
The closey at my mum and dad's house was flooded out.
Hmm.
That must have had about must be between somewhere between 10 and between 10 inches and foot to a foot of water, standing water. Downstairs neighbour got flooded out at the time, and I was like, this is mental. Me and my sister were in the house. My auntie was like, well, what do you want to do? So I said, well, put on a video so we could just like watch it. A rumble of thunder came across after a crack of lightning, and it shook the whole building. The whole building shook with this rumble of thunder.
Heck yeah.
And I was like, what? I mean, I thought it was like something outside that basically overturned like an Arctic lorry or something. It was that like impact. All it was just a rumble of thunder. It shook the whole building. I was like, wow. I mean, there's one time Wendy and I were sitting here, and I phoned my dad. First thing in the morning, I phoned my dad, and I was like, we had the lightning during the night, because Wendy and I stayed up all night to watch the lightning that was at night time. Like what you did not that long ago. Remember you filmed at night time?
Yeah.
At 1 o'clock in the morning. Well,
Mhm.
I had the blinds open, and I'm looking at the sky, and just like, it looked like fireworks without any sound. It was only until Wendy woke me up.
Hi, Benty.
And hi, Benty. Hello, everybody in chat. Wendy woke me up, and she says, I think we've got thunder. And I was like, my hair stood on like all ends.
Mhm.
And I was like, are you sure? So next thing is, I opened up the blind, and as soon as I did that, this bolt of lightning came out of nowhere. And then the crack of thunder after it shook this building.
Ooh.
And I said to my dad, I mean, because I heard the rumble to start with, so I thought my dad, is the bins getting empty today or something? And he went, no, that's thunder. And I went, you what? I says, I just woke up. And the next thing is, like I say, opened the blinds here to have a look to see what it was like. Doink, flash of lightning, and I was like, oh no. Then crack of thunder straight after. I was like, oh man, I'm just woken up. But that was rather an interesting storm. That
Yeah.
one. I mean, there's one back in, I think, 2015. I also remember. This was
Morning,
stunning,
Henry.
Susie. You would have loved this one.
Yeah.
I was sitting outside at my a flat along Montrose Street, which is like along the road from my mum and dad's, but the opposite direction to my mate Dave. So I was sitting outside on the steps, because there's like they've got a conservatory bolted onto this house.
Mhm.
So Mary Ann, my previous partner, before she died, and my auntie were sitting on the porch. And this is like got glass panels all the way around, so you can see everything from like all angles. So I sat outside, and it got really warm, and I was like, "This is roasting." Like
Yeah.
shorts and t-shirt roasting at night time.
Uh-huh.
So I looked in front of me as far as I could see, and it was like firework. It was like a firework display. It was constant flashing, and I was like, "What's going on across there?" So I'm looking at the gable end of the block of flats that's to my right hand side. I'm looking there, and I just see there's nothing but white flashes, constantly, white flashes.
Mhm.
So I started scanning the sky, going from like straight ahead of me, which was white, to basically Montrose, which is like to the east of me. I saw white, blue, green, as in like fluorescent green, purple, and then gold.
Ooh.
All the shades of lightning, all the colors of lightning.
Crazy.
I was like, wow. The gold one, I kid you not. If you ever see the the Dire Straits album. I think it was it Private Investigations? You know, like they've got the no, sorry, it was it Love Over Gold? I think it's Love Over Gold. It's like got the lightning bolt. It was that color of gold from the album, and that was like direct east to me. And I saw
Uh-huh.
purples, greens, electric blues, and I was like deep blue and white, and I was like, wow. I've
Hi,
never.
Wendy.
Oh,
Blue flashes in the distance. Remember I showed you the videos of
mm,
it?
Susie's saying hello. She's giving you a wave.
Hello, Wendy.
I've got earphones in. I've got white earphones in.
Oh,
But Susie's saying hi, Wendy. But
I've never
yeah,
seen lightning different colors like that. I've seen purple skies. I've seen purple, purple clouds, purple hue through the clouds with the lightning coming through that. I don't know if I've ever seen
I've
green, but never
I,
colored.
to see different colors of lightning, it was just like wow. And then when it finally came above my head, because it was actually rolling in from like it was actually coming off the sea. It was rolling inland. By the time it got to me, it was just like pure blue lightning. I was like, wow. Usually you get white. I was lucky to get blue.
Mhm.
But I mean, that gold bolt between the purple one and the gold one, it was just gorgeous. It wasn't like a deep purple. It was like if you know you get that fuchsia pink color.
Yeah, yeah,
It was like that with like but a tinge more purple to it. It was a stunning color.
yeah. Sounds
I
gorgeous.
just wish I'd actually started my channel back in 2015 just for that storm because people would never believe me about it.
My goodness.
So yeah, yesterday was an eventful day. My mum's dog Huntley. Oh man, he was a wreck. Sophie doesn't care. That's my dad's dog. She doesn't care. Huntley was just not himself. He
It's
was
frightening.
petrified.
Yeah, when we have a storm here, I go outside to make sure my cat's okay. And I watch him and observe him when there's lightning hitting, and I just watch him, and he's just used to it. But if it gets really bad, like monsoon in August, I'll bring him in. All
Mm.
right, if I'm not here, I ask my hubby to bring him in, please. It's too violent for him to be out there. Wind and lightning and rain and crazy, crazy weather. I'd
I
rather
mean
have him inside.
that thunderstorm that you videoed that morning, because I was like, "What are you doing awake?" I'm like, "Oh, got lightning." And of course, when
Yeah,
you
I
turned around
saw
and
it
said
through
to
the
me, like,
window.
I mean, when you turned around and told me, it's like, "How do you do a horizontal stream?" I was like, "Well, just turn your phone around, end the live stream, and then like push the button that's on the side, right hand side of your phone, and it'll put you in horizontal mode." I mean,
Right?
honestly, that lightning that you had there was gorgeous.
It was. I had a good time watching it. I loved watching the lightning. So pretty. It's like neon lights in the
Mm-hmm.
sky. Beautiful. You
I
don't get
mean,
to see that all the time.
what you had that night when that early morning, very early morning thunderstorm. When you had that, okay, the thunder was like in the distance, but it's like you had four different storms rolled into one
Hmm.
of the way the sky was, and I was like, wow, this is like amazing to see.
Yeah, it was pretty neat because it was in the distance and it was above me and it was crazy because this is such a huge city and for it to be like right there, it was cool.
I mean, I've seen some wicked thunderstorms on TV, but I mean, when you get, I mean, when you're
Oh my God!
definitely,
If
when
I
you're,
can if I can pull up a photo of a cloud that formed almost right above our house, the thing was, I don't know, maybe a mile or
Wendy,
so high, maybe.
Wendy used to go down to England to see her nana,
Hmm.
and I mean, if you are anywhere near like the centre of London, but if you look at like the the perimeter of London, you've got all these buildings that get basically it's heat. London's a hot place to stay.
Hmm.
So even on the outskirts of London, you let's say the perimeter, depending how big this perimeter is, it's always muggy, it's always hot, and Wendy, she's had some wicked ones down there because it's just like it, it's totally different from being down in London to up here because up here that one didn't really last long yesterday, but it did some lasting damage.
Hmm.
I used to experience they were like 8 hours, 9 hours long, if not longer.
I mean, the longest thunderstorm that we had here, I think it was like
You
two.
get Betty Terry. I wasn't here, but you were there. Started our growth. It come here. I was on the phone to my mum at Argentina. Like, well, like the little this bedroom, and then it stopped. It rumbled around for about 4 hours. That the last one that weekend for about 4 to 6 hours.
I was at my aunt and uncle's house, and Wendy phoned me, and she's like, "Well, we've got a thunderstorm," and I was like, "So I got outside my aunt and uncle's door, which is like,
You could have been there.
well, we did. I just couldn't see it because it was just the opposite end of my aunt and uncle's house. Um, because they're in like a semi-detached bungalow. I went outside, had looked towards this direction because I like if you look at a compass, I kind of know where I'm like looking at. Well, I looked at the other, I looked to the west of me, and it was just like a pure light show, and I was like, okay, so somewhere in the middle of nowhere, there's a thunderstorm happening, and then
I take you screenshot net weather. Like
wait, that map that Wendy just mentioned when she sent me the message, I kid you not, it was every color that you can think of.
red,
That's
It was
crazy.
red, orange,
green.
blue, green.
No,
Well, green.
red, orange, pink, red, orange, green, pink, purple, and grey.
It was every color of how many lightning strikes were going. I was like, wow.
Somewhere in here, I had a picture of that cloud. That cloud was unbelievable. It was kind of like being in a dream and watching the biggest wave coming, getting ready to crash down. That's what it felt like. This cloud. It was. It wasn't like. It didn't look like a wave. It was like a big funnel. It was literally big, round, cylindrical, with no funnel towards the bottom. It was all just the same thickness all the way up. It was crazy. Looked like a big tornado cloud, huge, but without the tapering down at the end. And this thing
But,
was, I just stood there and just stared at it. This thing was crazy, unbelievable. If you saw it, you would be like, what the F? Uh,
I
it
mean,
was kind
well,
of scary, but exciting at the same time.
I watched Pecos Hank on YouTube. I don't know if you know the channel that I'm on about, Susie, but this guy is um He's a storm chaser.
Uh-huh.
I was watching. His real name's Hank Shimla. He's been all over news stations chasing storms, right?
Mhm.
Well, the latest film that came out for, I think, was it Twister 2 or something? I can't remember, but it was a new film that came out. And they actually used his footage from what he's been doing for the last 2, 3 years. And they turned it into a film, an actual
Wow.
proper film for the cinema.
Wow.
And he was like, wow, I didn't think you were going to use my footage. And he says, well, you're pretty good at this, so we're going to use it. Um, the lightning storms that he sees is unreal. And one of the other things that he did capture, he caught the biggest tornado that's ever touched Earth.
Holy moly.
El
That's
Reno, 2000, I think it was the 31st of March, 2013. El Reno.
yeah, pretty gutsy.
2.6 miles wide.
Oh my gosh.
And this thing had multiple vortexes in it. 4 storm chasers were killed because they didn't know which way this thing was going to go because the multiple vortexes that were actually in this rain wrapped tornado. They
yeah.
couldn't see it. They lost track of it. I mean, that was, and the thing is, for being that size of tornado in the middle of nowhere, they only gave it an F3, is it an EF3 status?
Classification.
Yeah, classification of an F3, and it was like 2.6 miles wide, biggest one it's ever hit. I mean, I've watched documentaries on tornadoes. I mean, they came up with I said, could there be such a thing as a super tornado? Like, if you look at Texas, especially Texas, that's where basically Tornado Alley starts from.
hmm
Then it goes up through Oklahoma. Then you've got some parts of Nebraska, Colorado, they get tornadoes. But I've noticed something, and this is more of a more scarier note. When you look at the Gulf of Mexico, tornadoes are meant to like go from south to north. More recently, tornadoes are going northeast and they're spreading further. 1926, there was a tri-state tornado, and I think it was the tail end in 2022. There was a there's a quad state tornado.
Hi, Frankie.
Hey
hmm
Frankie. There was a quad state tornado. This tornado basically went through 4 states.
Right.
But the way that they're now going is like they're heading towards New York direction, Pennsylvania direction. They've never went that far before, but I mean, is this a shift where there's more warmer weather coming up from the south, or is it more cold weather coming from the north that's triggering this? They don't
Yeah.
know, so they're keeping a really eye on it. I mean, yesterday with this thunderstorm, there was a north wind. Somebody came at my chat and it says, "Can someone drop the weather for where I am?" It says thunderstorms, because Wendy phoned me, and she says we've just had like our third rumble of thunder, and I went, Well, I didn't even hear the first two because I've been busy talking to people on my live stream yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I got back to my live after like when I had ended the conversation on the phone. And then I got outside the shop and I was just like, okay. I mean, I left the house. I knew it was going to be wet, but I mean, it was like drizzle rain, stuff that basically clings to your clothes and soaks you. That kind of misty rain. I was happy with that because it wasn't heavy. By the
Mhm.
time that I came out the shop, after getting what I needed to get, it was just like, this is nuts. I heard the rumble of thunder and I went, well, there is no way I'm going anywhere like out because if I leave now, I'm going to get completely drenched. I'd be better off just like going swimming with my clothes on. It was that bad. So, but yeah, it's a sunny day today, so this will be another block weather patch where we've hopefully got some decent weather. It all seems to be sunny after a thunderstorm.
Well, yeah,
I,
it takes everything with it.
well, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, I said one thing yesterday. Have you ever seen the film The Equalizer?
Oh yeah.
Remember when people say you want to pray for rain, but you got to deal with the mud too?
Right.
I remember that line from that film. And Denzel Washington said that. It's like, if you pray for rain, you've got to deal with the mud too. And I was like, yeah, you damn right you do. It says you just can't have rain without mud.
No. Darn, I can't find that darn that cloud picture. I know I've pulled it out of here before to show it. Couldn't have passed it. Darn, I got so many darn cloud videos. I love the clouds. So many though to shoot. It's just too many. That thing was crazy huge. It was right. All I had to do was walk outside in my backyard.
So what else have you been? So what else have you been up to?
Nothing. Just been researching petroglyphs a lot and the meanings. And then I got this book today, so I started to read. It's called Verde Valley Lore. Just some interesting history about the area where I live.
Should I make a joke about the Arizona Jake that comes into my channel? Get out of my chat. If I'm live, you get Arizona Jake, and it's like, he's like, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. I went, are you in Phoenix, Arizona? I says, it's about time you went down to Winslow, Arizona. He just laughs about it. I'm sure there's a girl standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a girl in Winslow, Arizona, standing on a corner waiting for a flatbed Ford to, come down and take a look at me.
That's a famous spot in Winslow.
It has to be. I wouldn't even know if you can get a flatbed Ford anymore.
So many cloud pictures. Oh my gosh. There's hundreds. Cloud view.
There's also there's a song called, was it Pink Fluffy Clouds or White Fluffy Clouds? I think
I
there's a
never heard of
song
it.
to do with. I think it was Pink Fluffy Clouds.
Pink fluffy clouds. Fluffy.
Yeah, it was a song from like I think the 80s because it
Do you guys
started
get?
off with a harmonica. It started off with a harmonica from Once Upon a Time in the West, and then it became like some kind of dance tune. I was like, what on earth is this?
Uh-huh. Do you guys get sundogs out there ever?
Sundogs?
Yeah.
What's that?
So it's a sun and then a big huge circle around it.
No.
You've never seen one? Oh, here, I'll show you a picture because we went to Tombstone and we got on a carriage to be pulled by horses just for through the town, a little ride. And this thing was in the sky. Here, I'll show you. Let's see. Share screen. So this is a sundog right here.
Never had that before.
You've never seen one of these?
Never seen one of those before.
Yeah, they're crazy looking. Looks like a big old eye.
Here's one. I don't know if you ever do watch Jeremy Wade, who is a fisherman. He's also a biologist.
Oh,
He came up with a program called River Monsters. There's like a what do you call it?
the white-haired guy?
You ever get pardon?
The guy with white hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to watch that
Well,
channel.
he was somewhere in South America, and there was like this phenomenon, should I say, this natural phenomenon. There's like a circle that goes all the way around, and it wasn't around the sun. This was like it was like a perfect circle, and it was yellow. And it's like the sun was shining onto it. And it was just like this big massive yellow circle that just went all the way around. Like it was nobody could understand it. Nobody could understand it. It was like, what's that?
Well, isn't that kind of like the photo I just showed you? Something similar?
No, it's bigger.
It's bigger.
Yeah, it was like a
Yeah,
it was like a massive ring, but it was nowhere near the sun. It was like on its own.
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. That's crazy.
This
This is crazy.
yellow circle that's on its own. It's nowhere near the sun, but the sun can shine onto it.
Mhm.
It's amazing what you can find from the sky. Like,
Yeah,
this
this stuff happens, and people, people, a lot of people don't really look up into the sky during the day. I love to look at the sky, especially if there's clouds, but this was hard to miss. You just look towards the sun, and this big, huge ring was around it. I'm like, look at that. And I actually got it, a couple photos of it. It's pretty neat looking. But the moon does it too. You get these things around the moon at night.
there's
Well,
a
I've seen a lot
blue
of them here.
there's a blue ring that goes around the moon. You ever seen that?
The blue ring around the moon or the sun?
Around the moon.
Oh,
A blue ring around the moon.
yes, I have seen that.
You don't see it often, but it's there.
Yeah.
Maybe see it on a think what the weather been like that day.
Time for a new lighter.
Oh, this is a reusable.
Oh, a refillable?
Yeah, it's a refillable clipper.
Yeah.
This clipper, my mum, yeah, has just tightened up too much. I'll get it to move.
Well,
My mum
Greta,
bought Wendy. My mum
I'm
bought
glad
Wendy and I a clipper each.
Oh yeah, that's
Hmm.
nice. That's a nice gift. So everything's fine out in your village and your town. Everything's okay now.
Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's like gone. No thunderstorm, no nothing. Everything's like back to how it was.
Hmm.
No, that's no use anymore.
Uh,
Yeah, you should have plans beside you. You didn't get to the hospital.
I can't remember what happened to him.
Well, maybe you should get that baby to get checked in.
It's alright.
Checking up.
Fine. Solid enough.
Good morning, Rocher.
So
He
yeah,
says,
happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
"Is it Father's Day today?" Shoot, it is, huh?
Yeah, it is. It's Father's Day
Yeah.
today.
Happy Father's Day, everybody! All the papas out there. Happy Father's
Well,
Day,
thank you,
Papa.
Susie. Yeah, Father's Day here. Father's Day everywhere. The only day that changes is Mother's Day. I've noticed that with Mother's Day. Do you know why I'm saying that? Because
No.
Mother's Day here is in March. You guys get Mother's Day somewhere in April, May time. Don't have don't have goodness, what's the matter with us?
Just get some matches.
Just get some matches. I love it.
You know, the last time I found matches in abundance was in an antique store,
Really?
and the guy tells me to literally just take as many as I want, and I filled a bag. I was like, "This is awesome."
Oops.
I offered to pay, give him something. He didn't want to take any money for it. I got matches from all
Hey,
kinds of places.
hallelujah. I finally got it to work.
Oh yeah, thank goodness.
Sorry. Good morning, Roger. Well, it's actually afternoon here.
Yeah,
It's
it's
now
just
just peeped over to basically 16 minutes past 12. It's now afternoon here.
so I woke up early yesterday, and then for lunch I had a leftover lasagna that my hubby brought home, and I was like, the thing was made with a bunch of ricotta, and I like my lasagna cheesy, so I threw it in between a tortilla and a bunch of mozzarella, threw the lasagna in there, put another tortilla on top, and toasted it, and I had me a lasagna quesadilla yesterday, and I ate half of it. I was like, I wasn't really impressed with it, but it was something to eat.
Parmigiano, Parmigiano, mozzarella, and cheddar. That's the
Oh
way
my
I would
God,
mix.
yes, yes. And I actually, I I've made lasagna with ricotta, and I'm not very impressed with how dry it is. I like. I've actually used cottage cheese, which is probably not the traditional way, but I don't care. I like the way I like to taste it. I like it to be juicy inside, not all dry. And I like to taste the
One
noodles
thing about
and the cheese.
one thing about one thing about cheese. I mean, I don't know if you guys get red Leicester across there, but we get that here.
Hmm. Never heard of
Red
it.
Leicester is it's basically the color of it is red, but it's like an orange. We just call it red.
Uh-huh.
Um, so you get red Leicester, um, a mature cheddar, and mozzarella, grated mozzarella. That's like a three cheese mix. That's really
Yeah.
nice.
The cheddar in there with the mozzarella. Oh my god, yes. That sounds so good. I like it ooey and gooey like a pizza.
Yeah. Mm. Talking about pizzas, I'd love to make a lasagna pizza.
Oh my god, I don't know if that's pasta on the dough.
No, you don't put the pasta on the dough, right? Don't put the
Oh,
pasta on the dough, right?
oh, I don't know.
You layer it, layer it,
Okay.
right? So basically, like you've got your, so you got your pizza base, right? So that'd be your like your pasta, right? So
Mhm.
treat the base like a pasta, right?
Mhm.
So from there, you'd have your tomato base. Then you'd put your cheese, then your meat on top of that cheese, and then more meat, layer it with cheese, more meat, layer it with cheese, done. Yeah.
That's a limp pizza.
But the
Isn't
thing
it
is,
a limp pizza?
you just treat it like
Yeah.
a, you just treat let's say treat the base like a like the pasta.
You have to eat that with the fork for sure. You could probably do thin layers and still have the effect of a
Yeah, yeah,
lasagna.
that's what I'm saying. Do it in thin layers. Don't just like heap it on
A deep dish crust would be
one
perfect
lasagna.
for that.
I'd love to try. There's one lasagna I'd love to try, and there's a video on YouTube of it.
Really? Where is it at?
Yeah, it's called the million calorie. It's called the million calorie.
Really?
It's called the million calorie lasagna.
Million
This is made right. So there's like ground beef, what we call mince. There's like bacon, and this stuff's made with lard, by the way. This thing's baked in lard, and they top it up layer by layer, and it's in a metal box. It's in a metal box, right?
Yeah.
They stuff this metal box that fits into a custom oven, and they called it the 1 million. They called it the 1 million calorie
What in the world?
lasagna. It's amazing
What-
what I can find on YouTube.
That thing, I don't know about the bacon in that. That thing looks like a Mile High cheesecake. Holy
It's
cow.
it's gorgeous.
What, you're gonna feed the neighborhood with that? They literally put it in a
Well,
big metal box. What?
yeah,
It took
that's what
three
I
guys to
said.
carry
I
it.
told you.
Four
Yep.
guys. No. Are they feeding like
I'm
the
telling you.
homeless this? Because Oh,
I
they're
don't know
literally
what they did
shoving it
with it, but I
into
mean,
an industrial grade oven. What's
it's
in
like
the
a custom made
It's
oven.
sticking out the sides.
It's go- it's
He uses literally a
gorgeous.
saw. Ooh, that does
Yeah,
look good.
you need to
The,
watch it all.
the top half looks really good.
Oh
That's
man, it's just like ground beef, bacon, tomato puree, ground beef, bacon, tomato puree, and then white
oh,
sauce, then
he's touching
sheets
it with
of,
his hands. How did you get the
then touch,
pasta
then
noodles that
basically
big?
like, man, then you got the sheets of pasta, then it's like more bacon and ground beef, and then, oh,
That's so
I really
savage.
want to try it.
That's way too
It's
savage
delicious.
looking.
That's like you need to eat me. That lures you into like say eat me.
Oh my
Literally.
god.
I mean there must be at least a 3-inch cheese head on that thing.
There needs to be flavors in the sauce too. If that sauce isn't flavored, you gotta have all the flavors too. The cheese is a plus, but I probably will watch that later. How they're flavoring all that. I
Hubby,
like the
you know you
I
love me
like
and
the little.
stuff. I could just see you doing that. Hubby, you know you love me and stuff.
That's a lot of food.
A million calorie lasagna.
Yeah, if any of you guys are listening, in the chat, look up million calorie lasagna, and that thing is barbaric.
I'm going to even tell you something, right? And this is no word of a lie. Even Garfield, I think, would struggle to even eat that. And I know Garfield loves lasagna, but I think that wouldn't. I think if I was to give that to Garfield, I don't think Garfield would move after that.
I like my lasagna cheesy. I couldn't care for the ricotta. Uh, it just makes it too dry. But you know, it does hold the noodles together though, because you don't want it sliding all over the place either. That's why I use cottage cheese.
Let's say either let's say Parmigiano Reggiano. I swap that for the ricotta because you're wanting a cheese that can bind to pasta.
Yeah, that's why the ricotta I think is used. But that's crazy. So dry. How about you?
I've now came up with something, Susie.
What?
I've now decided. I am a masterpiece. I am a masterpiece of nonsense that makes perfect common sense.
Mhm.
I have now decided I am that person. I am a masterpiece of nonsense that makes perfect common sense. If that it does work, by the way.
Masterpiece of
I'm full of you.
nonsense.
Yeah, masterpiece of nonsense that makes perfect common sense. So yeah.
Okay.
So what have you got planned for what have you got planned for today then?
Uh, feeling kind of tired now, but by the time I wake up, I may It may be too late to do little garden work, but I'll probably end up if I don't wake up within the next 4 hours to do something productive, I'll just probably game later. Maybe.
So if I'm right in saying it's it's coming for 12:30 here, right?
Hmm.
If I'm right in thinking it is 2:27 in the morning,
It's 4.
your time.
Yeah.
Oh man, Susie, 2:30 in the morning. Dearie me,
It's
woman.
4:30.
Dearie me.
It's
4:30.
Yeah, it's 4:30.
4:30.
Yeah. So I took a
I knew
nap
it had to be
yesterday.
I knew it was like somewhere. I mean, okay, it was 2 hours off.
Yeah.
I
It's
sent
8
you in the
hours.
middle. And do it done. I've just sent you into the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I've just sent you in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You have your own time zone. It's
I
Susie
do want
B
to.
time zone.
I'll do another live, another coffee lounge, and read some more of these stories from this book, the Valley Verde lore, because these are actually good stories here.
Roger, are you saying it's so dry like it's my sense of humour? Is my sense of humour so dry to you?
No, he's talking about the dry here in Arizona.
So if I'm right in saying Arizona is like the desert, like the Sahara.
I don't know if it's as dry as the Sahara, but it's pretty dry here. Like you have to really constantly drink a lot of water here.
I mean, I need to send camels to Arizona.
Just plant more trees. That's all.
Plant more trees. Plant more palm trees.
Oh my God! Palm trees that shade to the side. I actually watched the shadow of the palm trees today because I was up so early. I was able to follow it throughout the day and figure out where it was shading. I did that.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Watch the shadows.
I mean, what is a palm tree used for anyway? What comes off a palm tree?
They shade sideways.
You shake it sideways.
The palm fronds, religious people use them for like Ash Sunday or whatever, Palm Sunday. They're used to make baskets. The fruit, if they bear fruit, dates.
Oh, so dates come from palm trees.
Mm-hmm.
I thought coconuts came from palm trees.
You know that those type of palm trees, they look like a palm tree, but they're more slender. Their stump, the trunk is more thinner, and they go way up there. Whew, way up there.
Yeah, I got to admit, I think you loved that joke that I said to you in my chat.
But the palm trees,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Eh?
Oh,
I should have stuck.
the nuts. About the nuts. The way to give the tree, was it the blowjob?
Yeah.
Nuts? Yeah, okay, I do remember that
now.
Yeah, so the next live, maybe if it's not the gaming live, it'll be here in the office here. But I'll read some more about this out of this Valley Verde lore because
If you like reading books, there's a YouTuber, right?
mhm.
His channel name's Hoof GP. Write this d- write this down. I think he's definitely Scottish.
What does he read?
No, I'm on about Hoof GP. He is he's not a vet as such. He does hoof trimmings on cows and whatnot, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, uh-huh. Hi,
Well,
Mr.
he
X.
brought out a book. He brought out a book. Hi, Joy Axe. He brought out a book. He brought out a book, and I think it's called Unfiltered. If you like a read.
Right now, I'm just reading just about the history of where I live to get a better understanding of uh, structures built here, old structures, prehistoric things. And some of these actually give insight to the history around the area here.
But yeah, if you're ever into reading books, my mum gave me that book to give to Wendy, but Wendy's like she doesn't have time for reading it at the moment, so I said I'd give it a bash.
Hmm.
I watch his content on his channel. I mean, all he does is like he trims up cows' hoofs, bulls' hoofs, and I don't know what else he's done, but he likes to trim up cows and bulls' hoofs. And he says, "Well, this is a problem," and
Okay.
he's amazing at what he does. So
I've
there's
actually
another
watched a
recommendation.
channel uh, with somebody doing that, and right behind him were some cowboys shoeing, making a horseshoe. That's like a really fascinating uh, thing. Watching that, the whole process.
Yeah, that's something else.
Yeah, they were scraping out all the old stuff out of the bottoms of the hooves and repairing it. Some of them were overgrown and chiseling it down or scraping it out with that knife. Then they burned the hoof, the new horseshoe on there. It's crazy. And then they nail it back in.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to let you get to your bed, woman.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to bed here pretty soon. Like as soon as I close up this live.
Right, I'm going to go and make
Go have
Wendy a tub of
lunch.
noodles.
Nice. Go
Basically,
enjoy your lunch.
I'm going to have lunch because it's like 25 to 1. Well,
Yeah.
12:36 my time, so it's like 4:36 your time, and you've been wide awake and drinking coffee and whatnot.
Right. I was actually having some juice.
Juice?
Nice mango juice.
What do you classify as juice?
So I found some juice that I took camping, and it's a powdered form of juice. You add water to it, but it's like it's concentrated, dried up mango powder, pretty much.
Oh,
So it makes a nice thick juice, really good.
Well, my form of juice is like Coca-Cola carbonated juices. That's what I call juice. Which you
Oh
guys
wow.
call we call Coca-Cola juice, right? Because like fruit juice. If
Hmm.
somebody was to go and say to me, go to the shop for juice, I'd get a bottle of Coke. If somebody was to say, can you go to the shop and get me a fresh orange juice, then I would be right. Okay, now I know what they're going to get. But
Yeah.
yeah, when I say we're going to get a bottle of juice, it's like Coca Cola, but you know for a fact it's like, which is like what do you call it? Soda pop.
Yeah, we call it pop.
That's that.
Juice is something fruit.
Yeah,
A fruit
yeah.
juice.
It's amazing. Told you. We're
Yeah,
we're
we wouldn't call juice. We wouldn't buy pop if we said we were going to get juice. That's not. It's not carbonated.
I know it's like fresh apple, fresh orange, fresh mango,
Yeah,
papaya, anything that's like fruit
grape.
juice. Yeah,
Hmm.
but yeah, we called our juice across here is like carbonated sodas, pop. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I know Scottish people are daft. I know, but I mean, we're a
It's
good
different.
bunch.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I would call it like fizzy. Go get me a
I mean,
fizzy.
what's the other one? I mean, like we call things chips. If I'm going for
Oh,
chips, it's fries. And
see,
if when you go for chips, it's a bag of crisps.
that's so
Because
neat how you just me call them
our
crisp.
crisps, our crisps are your chips, and your chips are our fries.
Well, we don't even call
Well,
our fries
fries,
chips. But
fries are chips here. Your fries are our chips. Your chips are our crisps.
you can buy a fish and chips here and get fries with it also. So,
Yeah, that's a fish supper. We call it a fish supper here, Susie.
hmm
As a fish supper. We don't say fish and chips. That's an English term. In Scotland, we say fish supper.
oh God, maybe today is a good day to have fish and chips. That sounds wonderful.
Fish supper, Susie. Fish supper.
Fish, fish supper. See, the
Yeah,
sky's
fish
already
supper.
getting light. Yeah, fish supper.
Well, it gets light here at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's
It'll
already.
go dark about 12 and it's bright at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's crazy.
Mhm.
Right, anywho, I'm going to bounce off. I need to go make lunch.
Okay, you go enjoy your lunch, you and Wendy. Good to see you.
Yep.
Have a
Nice to
wonderful
see you
rest of
too,
your day.
Susie. Don't be a stranger.
Oh
And
no.
you go and have your sleepy bye-byes. And no doubt you'll probably see me live in
Through my
oh
eyelids.
well I'll probably be live about somewhere between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay,
I'll be out doggy walking, so if you go to sleep now you can probably still make my live stream when you wake up.
I may be able to. Let's see what I can get done, and then as soon as I get all my things done, I can hop on YouTube.
Right. And replay that video from yesterday that's titled A Wet One.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. We'll see. Thanks for
Right.
coming up on the panel.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm honored to be here.
It's a pleasure
Um,
having you.
it's been a pleasure speaking to you, Susie. It really is.
Okay. Have a wonderful day.
Bye bye. Love yous all.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Love you too. Uh, fish dinner. Okay, yeah. I'm really digging this book. We actually had a few people here listening, and I wasn't sure how everyone would react to this some of the stories in here, but the main reason why I got this is because it was a book that was recommended while I was researching these petroglyphs. So It has nice pictures, little pictures in here, black and white, and now I know like who literally built some of the wagon trails around here. So when I see one, and it's in an area that I've read from, books like these, if I'm with somebody or just for my own, sake, I'll be able to know when that was put there and why and what it was used for. Because you don't know. You see these things when you're out hiking, and you always wonder. I've always wondered, how did that get there? What was it used for? Of course, it was used for means of travel. Excuse me, back in the day. But it's just fascinating. To me, it's fascinating. It's good knowledge to have, and to have in your mind while you're out and about and come across stuff like this. Because I've seen, like I said, wagon trails out of Kingman, and nobody really ever talks about them unless, like I think I learned about them out of high school, and the kids that go out in the desert and party and stuff, they're like, oh yeah, we saw trails out there look like wagon trails, but they didn't know the history. They all they knew was that they were there. So this is what I like, is to know the history of why they were put there, what they were used for, because it could just be a big mystery, and then a bunch of your imagination can just you can get carried away with your imagination as to filling in the blanks. But like I said, if you like to read books, try. This is not sponsored, but go to thriftbooks.com, and you know what they sent me? They actually sent me two. They sent me two gift cards. One card is for DoorDash, which I use actually, with 40% off DoorDash, and then another gift card for. This is really cool. Really very generous of them, but 50% off some kind of ready to eat meals that they sent me. A gift card for if I want to try ready to eat meals. So, some people, they don't have time to cook, and this definitely could help somebody, which is a nice gift to send with this book. So I thought that was really nice. And something else they sent, something from Chewy. So if you have an animal, I know that there's a place that you can order a box and have it delivered every month for an animal. This one looks like I don't know if it's both canines and felines, but it's $20 off a delivery. And I think you have to do monthly. They send you food and toys and things like that. So that's nice. That was very generous of this place. It's called thriftbooks.com to send that with the book today. So I got that. And the envelope actually says Thrift Books on it. So that's really nice. I don't know where these guys are at, but we do have a bookstore here. But like I said, this book, I found it up to $100 online. And then thank goodness I have an app on the computer that that finds the actual same exact merchandise and gives you cheaper prices. And that's how I was led to Thrift Books. So very good neat thing to look into. But I think I will read some more I'm already almost halfway through the book. And I will read some more and do another coffee lounge and do that in the near future. If you guys enjoyed that, push that thumbs up, hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. And I will see you guys later. We'll see what we're doing later. I was in the studio today and setting up some other stuff on that computer over there, and it took me literally all day, and I got wore out, exhausted mentally from all that, so I had to go take a nap. I had to put my mind on timeout for a while. So hopefully y'all enjoyed the stories out of this Verde Valley lore. They were really neat to read and to learn about. So you guys have a great, wonderful Sunday, Monday for some of you, maybe across the pond. It's still Sunday, late Sunday. Happy Father's Day to all the papas out there, and love you all. We will see you later. Bye.